Okay, it's 10 a.m. Will we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, good morning. It's 10 a.m. Monday, May 15th, 2017. And this is the beginning of the Budget Committee meeting, hearing schedule. We have, just very quickly, I'm going to read one, or not read, but on the video of these meetings, we're still having county network issues. In other words, the county data transmittal speed in bits per second, or in this case megabits per second, is still at about 10% of what it has been and should be and will be in the future. It was originally, this goes back several months, back to the first part of the year, where a router or switch or switches failed that the county had. Used ones were quickly put in place to get things back up and running, but they were basically 1/10 the speed, the data speed, that the original ones that failed were. It was scheduled for, and again, all the scheduling for this, because it has to knock the county system down completely, the computer system, so it has to be scheduled an interface with law enforcement. We tried to do it last week. That did not work. I understand it's been rescheduled for not next week, but the week after. So there still will be no streaming of video. And they will try, Brant Media will try to get things uploaded as quickly as they can, but it is a slow process. So just for the record, and I think at that point, or at this point then, I will turn this over to the budget officer, Louise Kallstrom, the accountant, and you have the floor.
Okay. Louise Kallstrom, county accountant. I don't know if this is close enough. Is that close enough?
Yeah,
okay.
it's good enough.
So this, there is a hearing schedule. I don't know, does everybody have a copy of the hearing schedule? There's one in the door if you don't have one. It's not in your book, I don't think. I could also put it up on the okay, so
Let me interrupt if I may just quickly. I forgot to do the introductions, but we have to my left the county accountant Kallstrom, Commissioner myself, Commissioner Huxley, Commissioner Boyce. We have the three citizen or lay members of the budget committee. From my left, as I'm looking out, we would have Tom Brand, Sam Scaffo, and Carl King. We have county council sitting off over where the press would normally sit. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
okay, so this is my first time I'm not sure what orientation agenda means. As far as I know, the agenda is this schedule. So I don't know what else I have to
Okay.
say about orientation. Is there something else that's done here?
I don't
Okay.
think so.
That just means we get out 15 minutes early, so go ahead.
Down the bottom right, it
We're
says,
using a schedule that's been published for some time now
Yes,
and
there-
finalized.
There's a small change on it, but it really only has to do with the 4-H coming on Wednesday rather than on Thursday.
And from this morning, it starts at 10 a.m. and it goes all the way till 5. And again, it's dependent, things may move. I think also after we, for concurrence, but I would hope that we would this will be opened certainly to comments from the public, the general public. And we'll see how once the chair and or vice chair of the budget committee is appointed, we'll see how the committee wants to work that for citizens' questions, whether we do it after each presentation or whatever, but that'll be up to the budget committee.
Okay, so I guess the next thing is to go ahead and elect the committee chair, vice chair. So I'll turn that to you, Tom, to start the
Okay.
nominations.
Okay, I
Sorry,
have gone
Commissioner
through
Huxley.
on this and I checked with county council. I looked at the applicable statutes. I also referred to a very good article, or not article, but a document from the Oregon Department of Revenue, document number 150-504-400, and it was revised. The latest revision off the Department of Revenue website is February of 2014. It basically says that the chair may be one of the lay members or one of the governing body members. It also suggests that you have a vice chair appointed after the chair, just in case the chair would be ill or some other issues would come up. I did talk, again, in talking to county council some weeks back, his experience with the city of Medford, and I personally liked the idea, was they had a standing policy. It wasn't a statute, just a standing policy that the city of Medford had the members or the chair and or vice chair be always members of the public, to get the public more involved. I think that's a great idea. But I'll open to...
Actually, the committees
Okay.
are commissions I've been on. That's usually
Yeah.
who the chair is from the public.
So I would open, that said, I would open to nominations first for the chair of the budget committee.
I nominate Tom Brad for chair.
I'll second that.
I'm just going to nominate Carl King.
I'll
You're too
decline
slow.
that nomination. And third, the nomination of Mr. Brand.
Okay.
All right.
They're ganging up against you
Well, yeah, I guess so.
from a positive comments based on what I'm hearing, so.
Well, and he's had lots of experience of
Okay.
being on the budget committee, so.
So,
You have a second?
we have a
second and a
nomination
third.
and we had a second.
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion?
It seems like,
We're trying to help get these things sort of dialed in.
to speak against the current nominee, if you don't mind, that Carl has more experience with these, more recent experience, and probably more public speaking and organizational experience than I have. And I think things would flow smoother if Carl would consider accepting. I like the idea of the public representative. If you appoint me, I'll do my best, but I think if we could get Carl to
Okay,
consider it, I'd
so
rather
would
see.
would we withdraw the nomination?
I decline. I
right.
appreciate Mr. Brand's suggestion. I think it is more important that he serve than I.
Okay.
There are those who will be affected by this committee's actions who have personal adversity to me, and I'd just as soon not be on the hot seat of chairing this committee and having the grief that would come of doing it.
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy with either.
So, okay,
All right.
so I think
I'll accept
that
the,
said. Okay, any further
the force be with
comments?
us.
Let's call for a vote?
Aye.
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 Aye? Aye? So we have all ayes for the record.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Vice-
So what we'll do at this point, I'd like, you know, if it's okay, again, you're chair now, to, because we have so many people here that are hooked up to these recording devices, just to try and get everyone in the habit of identifying yourself each time you speak. And I know it can be somewhat repetitive, but especially if the camera's not on you and they're trying to go through and, you know, with the video and the audio track on it, just to say who it was. Just everybody try and get in the habit of saying this is Commissioner Huxley or Commissioner Boyce, Tom Brand or Sam Scaffo or Carl King or committee member Brand, Scaffo, King for the record. So would the committee be amenable to appointing a vice chair? Okay, you have the floor now.
So let's do that. It's a good idea.
Okay.
Could we have some nominations
Okay.
for vice chair?
I nominate Carl King.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Now we would say, is there any, after we have the second, is there any further discussion
Any discussion?
amongst the committee members? No? Okay, then we would call for that
All right.
question.
Vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Opposed?
Okay,
Carl King is the vice chair.
okay. Thank you.
So let's set some ground rules for how we'll conduct the discussion. The chair would then entertain some just general comments, please, on whether we're going to follow strict Roberts rules or some modified or some other forms of how we're going to conduct these hearings.
Does the chair have any preference?
I would like to make it as free-flowing as possible. I'd like to work with motions. I'd like the motions to be well considered, if it even takes time to write them out or be stated clearly. And then the person making the motion be given a chance to explain their motion. Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. County Counsel John Huddle. So one of the typical things, and you heard before he turned over the gavel to yourself, Commissioner Huxley mentioned that people who are speaking recognize themselves so that the record's clear because of the different number of people. And also, typically, before speaking, the speaker would get the attention of the chair, and that allows for orderly. I know you said you'd like informal, but sometimes when things can go back and forth very quickly, makes it difficult for the record and the minute takers. So I think one of the things, if I could make a suggestion, is that speakers be recognized by the chair prior to speaking so that we're able to keep orderly minute taking and the record. And that's just really the only suggestion I have for the board or for the budget committee.
I think we've seen how the commissioners' meetings have been running lately, and I think they've gone smoothly. We'll try to duplicate that.
Okay.
Unless others, are there any other suggestions?
Carl King, I thought that Commissioner Huxley's suggestion, or maybe it was an alternative, was that we have citizen comments as we handle each presentation so that we can have that open discussion on each presentation rather than having citizen comments wait until the end or even to the end. For example, this afternoon, we'll have a number of presentations by the Sheriff's Department of the various budgets. I think each budget, if you will, ought to then go for discussion. I've watched too many meetings where people keep the comments until the very end and then only give people one round of comments, and it just stifles an open flow of discussion. So that's only my suggestion. I think we ought to hear from not that there are many here.
Tom Huxley, please.
To add to that, two things. I think we need to, for these, because we do have this 2.5-hour limit that we have on meetings, we have to waive that.
Point of order, that's only for commissioner meetings.
Okay, so this would not apply for a budget committee meeting?
Sorry, John Huddle, right, in my opinion, this is not a commissioner meeting, this is a budget committee meeting.
Okay,
so.
and not to require, the other point there would be not to require that any citizen interested in commenting or asking questions or opinions be necessary to fill out a speaker slip. They would come up and just identify themselves.
All right, this is good. Tom Brand, I'd like to clear up something. Are we saying to give public a chance to speak before?
No, I'm just saying.
After
I think
particular department
I
speaks?
understood Carl to say that at the conclusion of each listed
Segment.
item on the agenda, like be it the IGSs or commissioners, BOC, if anybody after each one of those, did I understand that correctly?
John
Yes,
Huddle?
and, yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you did understand that correctly. What I would suggest is that it be an option that you could open for public comments on any item. For instance, someone may have shown up today to speak on something further down the line after looking at the schedule or whatnot, and may want to speak today and may not want to wait for all that time. So I'd recommend an option. And then the only other thing I would say is if you were going to have comment, the board might, or the budget committee might need to make some type of a rule as to when, for instance, we have several days of hearings. Can someone speak on day 3 on something that has come up on day 1, or does the board, does the budget committee want to, basically, check items off the list and not revisit them? It's in the discretion of the budget committee, but I think it's a way to conduct business you have to consider. So that's just a 2 cents worth from me right now.
Carl King, you started to say something.
No, I think it's important to have a free flow of discussion, and for example, if after the sheriff presents his criminal and civil and members of the budget committee finish and a citizen makes a comment, I would still let that be open for further discussion from members of the committee, and if there's a give and take discussion back and forth with a citizen, I think that should be allowed within bounds, obviously, and I trust Chairman Brand to exercise the discretion necessary to keep us on track with that, but keeping discussion open and moving.
Yeah, I'm going to read, pardon me, Mr. Chair, John Huddle again. And I mentioned, does the budget committee want to check items off as they go and stop the discussion? I don't know that, that makes sense after thinking about it. I do notice on Wednesday you have a budget committee hearing scheduled, and it may be hard for someone to comment on one item of the budget without looking at the overall budget and comparing and contrasting items. So I think the board can hear from people as they go on and then leave it till the end of the hearing to hear, any final comments from anyone. So again, it's up to the board, though. I'm just offering suggestions. Thank you.
Yes. I'm sorry, Commissioner
Chair
Boyce.
Brand, thank you. Court Boyce here. What you and Carl just offered there, I really think that's a good process, keeping the public input open, even if it's late, because as we've said in the past, That helps as things change and amend, and we're not going to act on this until Thursday anyway, as I understand it. So that would certainly be my preference. Thank you.
Mr. Gold.
I'd like to see us kind of stick to topic here, and then at the end, if they have something that they forgot about, you know, clear back, do that at the hearing part. Rather than people jumping in on all kinds of different topics, I'd like to stick to topic as we go through.
This Tom Brand here. I reviewed the local budgeting orders, and my interpretation of what they say is that we, as a committee, have to allow the public to speak, but it seems to limit that to one time at the beginning or during the meetings. We're saying that we're going to allow more than that, and I see no reason why we shouldn't. It's just, it would be helpful for me if I had a little guidance on, while there's somebody in the audience who wants to speak, how we're going to recognize them and at what point. Is it going to be before we hear from a department head, after they've given their message on the things that for which we'll vote? Do we want to hear from them? Obviously, I guess before we vote, but how do we implement? Are there any suggestions? Commissioner Gold, please.
I would suggest that we do it after the department head speaks, simply because then we'll have the information that they're bringing forth, and it would make more sense to me for them to comment after that.
Commissioner Boyce?
I think you're going to have the discretion, and as Member King said, within bounds, I think we'll know. I don't think we have disagreement here, my sense. So it's just, we'll go with the flow, and we can conduct a meeting, and I have great confidence you'll be able to do that just fine.
So then I will depend on you who are facing the audience and can pick up on when somebody wants to speak, to intercede for them and help them get to that point. Does that sound reasonable?
Good point.
Yes.
All right. So we've got that. Are there any other organizational items that we want to consider before we move on here? Any ways we're going to conduct our meetings in terms of breaks, breaks for lunch, changes that we may want in the way items are presented? Louise Colstrom.
Louise Colstrom, County Accountant. One of the reasons for the breaks as they are is we do have an employee here that by labor law has to take breaks at certain times of the day. So I would really appreciate taking those breaks on time so that we don't run afoul of labor law.
All right.
Says we have a break now until 11:15?
11 to
no,
11:15.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Any other comments? All right, give me a moment. I want to look this over. I think we are ready now for the budget message. Ms. Colstrom has the floor.
Okay, so Louise Colstrom, County Accountant. I followed the format of the previous budget messages. I'm actually used to having like a 1 or 2 page budget message, and this was like 9 pages long. So I guess we'll start reading then. I was going to put that up on here. Oh, gosh.
Can you get to your home?
I can't get to...
Try on the left where it
Close it.
says home,
Is there a little picture of a house?
and then maybe you can close from that.
Can you hit home?
I
Mouse is not
can't hit
working.
home.
There you go.
Where does it let me?
read it.
Don't click learn more.
Louise, will it work on your computer screen? Can you navigate?
No, it's not on my computer
I
screen,
see.
it's
Thank
on that
you.
one.
All right.
I can't get to close
You're
this.
in Acrobat, so let's.
I know, I just don't know why I can't.
Is this really? Do you want to
Okay.
ask county council whether it can just, we can waive the
Yeah.
reading?
Gentlemen.
Good job.
This thing is just,
While you are
this
working with
wireless
that,
mouse is just so,
You need a different pad.
you know, I've tried several different pads and it still is just so, it's hard to make it move right. I don't know why.
We'll get you a new mouse.
Do you want my mouse?
No, I don't. No, she's hooked up to the.
Oh, okay.
It's that one.
may I take a moment
Sure.
for Council Huddle? Is there a legal reason, and for you all, is there a efficiency reason in going through and reading this to us?
My understanding of the local budget laws that the two things that are required at the first meeting is a presentation of the budget message and then an opportunity of public comment. So I think it doesn't have to be read verbatim, but I think the budget officer does need to present it. And I think just going through it and hitting the highlights would
Okay.
make sense.
Are you comfortable, excuse me, Tom Brand here, Ms. Colstrom, are you comfortable with one form or the other, either reading
It
verbatim
says,
or?
it says receive the budget message and budget document. And then it says, the budget message is delivered. So I guess we can just look at it in this.
Sure,
Fine. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
John Huddle, for the record, the budget document and the budget message is being displayed to all members here on a large screen that everyone here can see it. So I think the budget officer will be going through that and describing it, and that would satisfy the requirements of presenting the budget message.
Okay,
It-
ready?
Just one more thing,
Okay.
please, Tom Brand here. Has everybody here had a chance to read this document?
Not
No,
yet.
nobody's
No.
received it until
All right.
we walked in the door
All
this
right.
morning.
It's the function, pardon me, Mr. Chair, it's
Yes.
John Huddle, it's the function of this meeting for her to present it to the budget
All right.
committee.
If I may give a personal comment, I will be listening, but the best way I'm going to absorb this is to read it. And so if there's others like me, I would be happy to hear what you're saying, what you highlight, but I would also like to have a little bit of time to read it before we proceed, if that's amenable. If anybody else feels that way. If not, then we'll just move forward.
Well, I could just read it.
That's not going to help me.
Just, pardon me, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
John Huddle, it's possible we have a break scheduled after the presentation of the budget message, I believe, and I'm hoping that would give the chair time enough to read it
Sure.
and come back and follow up with questions. So if that satisfies the chair, I think we can proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Colstrom.
Okay. Louise Colstrom, County Accountant. So the budget message is for Curry County, Oregon, the fiscal year 17-18. And it's to the Curry County residents, budget committee members, and the county commissioners. So the total Curry County proposed budget for the fiscal year 17-18 is $57,611,736, which includes $23,270,869 that is not appropriated to be expended this fiscal year. That's throughout the budget, not just the general fund. In comparison to the 16-17 adopted budget that we are currently working on, that annual budget totaled $59,147,384. And this budget does not include any Secure Rural Schools, SRS, for the general fund, the road, Title III, and schools, as those SRS payments have finished. the next paragraph basically explains the timber payments and the ONC timber payments and how we got to our property tax rate, and because of those payments, our property tax rate and ones of neighboring counties stayed extremely low. So we have the second lowest permanent tax rate of 0.5996 dollars per thousand of assessed valuation.
Mr. Chair, sorry,
Mr.
John
Huddle.
Huddle here.
Yes.
And I know Louise Kallstrom is having trouble with the mouse. I think, Louise, if
Oh,
you
I have to
roll,
move.
if you roll that mouse, there you
Okay,
are. Thank you.
sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Huddle.
The folks in the audience were asking if she could scroll while she's
I'm
reading.
sorry. Maybe I should read it off of there instead of
You want me
here.
to scroll and you read?
Sure.
I can do that.
Okay, so then the Secure Rural Schools Act is explained in the next paragraph, and how we went because they stopped timber harvesting on federal lands. They started the federal government started giving us Secure Rural School payments, but those payments have been discontinued by the federal government, and I believe this is the first year we have not received those federal government SRS payments, and it's certainly not going to be in the budget for next year. Okay, so then there was in 2015 a levy that went to the voters, and it did not pass for the sheriff's local option operating levy. And this proposed budget takes $200,000 of road fund money to fund the sheriff's county road patrol, and another $120,000 for the road patrol dispatch, which is allowed under Oregon Senate Bill 496, and that was signed into law on June 24th, 2013, allowing 7 counties to take restricted road funds to pay the cost of sheriff's patrols. The next section is the Oregon and California ONC railroad lands. These are timber harvests on the ONC lands. They there's a large explanation of the permit rates and the public law that was enacted on these harvest payments, and those payments have been actually seriously decreasing over the past couple of years, about 3 years now. So the county budget changes. The total county budget is proposed to be $57.6 million as compared to $59.1 in 2016-17. The following actions contributed to reducing the total county budget. Departments have prepared budgets that have reduced materials and supplies by 5%, and in many cases much more than that. Some departments have reduced budgeted positions through attrition. Grants were moved from the general fund into restricted funds. The ONC forest fees were reevaluated and increased by $200,000 in the general fund because that one was in this year's budget extremely under budgeted. And the use of road funds decreased from $1,705,000 to $200,000, and the carryover balance was increased $207,000. I think that was in the final one, but I think there was a $400,000 increase before that.
Chair,
Commissioner Huxley.
a question, as we go through, do we want to, if we have a question on a particular number as you're going through, do we want to ask it then, or do we want to wait till the message is complete?
The chair's open for responses to that. That's a good question. Would we want to question these numbers now, how they work?
Or wait till the end of the budget message and come back?
Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you, Chair Brand. I think we should wait till the end. We might just want to take a minute and number the pages, and we can refer back if we need to.
Any other comments as to how we're going to proceed with
Does that help them?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Arnold?
if you were thinking of reading it on the break, maybe we have the questions after the break based on Commissioner Boyce's suggestion and your desire to read the document. It sounds like there will probably be some questions after the break, but we may be able to make it before then. So.
I'm not sensing any strong tide one way or another, so we'll go with after your report is over, we'd like to ask questions.
Good.
Certainly. Okay, so the general fund includes the elected officials, the clerk for elections and recording, the assessor and tax collector, the treasurer, and the sheriff. Our district attorney is an elected state employee, and the elected officials in the district attorney's office are included in the departments described below. The general fund department's sources of funding under law enforcement, which includes the district attorney, the sheriff, criminal, civil, road patrol, jail, 911 dispatch, emergency management, and juvenile services. The law enforcement's $4.9 million budget is funded by $320,000 of restricted road funds for patrol, $331,800 restricted federal and state resources, and $4.2 million general fund discretionary resources. Marine Patrol, Forest Patrol, Search and Rescue, and have been moved to the restricted fund 1.28. The Elections Department is funded 98.6% by discretionary general fund resources. The Recording Department is funded 9.5% by discretionary general fund. Assessment Department is funded 22% by state resources and 73% by general fund. And assessment updates property values and imposes property tax for all of the taxing districts within the county. The Tax Department issues tax statements to property owners and collects and records tax payments received, and that department is funded 71% by discretionary general fund revenues. The Treasurer Department is responsible for managing the county's bank accounts and distributing property taxes received to the taxing districts. That department is funded 93% by general fund resources. The Surveyor is funded 71% by the Cornerstone preservation fees from document recording. And the Veteran Services are approximately 47% funded by federal and state grants. Under Veteran Services, the RSVP and the SHIVA programs are no longer county programs, so they are not funded in next year. The general fund discretionary resources, the discretionary funds are funds received that may be used for any lawful purpose as determined by the governing body. The general fund resources are in the non-departmental budget and includes funds being carried forward from the prior year. The carry forward includes non-spendable, which is property taxes receivable, prior year working capital reserves, and unassigned are all other resources not expended in the prior budget year. The general fund new discretionary resources, they only the new revenues expected to be received during the budget year and do not include any carry forward or special purpose restricted funds. So there's a chart that compares the 16-17 budget and the 17-18 budget on property taxes, federal payments, and all other resources that are in the general fund budget. The county road fund budget, the restricted county road funds account for $39 million of the $57.6 million budget. Road funds include road operations. These are the different funds. The road operation fund, the bike and footpath fund, the road equipment self-insurance fund, and the road capital improvement fund. They are restricted for county road maintenance and construction by the Oregon Constitution. And there's a schedule that shows the 16-17 budget compared to the 17-18 budget for the road operations and the other road fund and the total road funds. It does not include the road fund, the road capital reserve transfers to the actual road operations funds. The budget document is an operations guide, a financial plan, as well as a statement of significant policies and changes. It represents the plan of action that Curry County will take in addressing its current needs and in planning for the future. And the Curry County Board of Commissioners is presenting a balanced budget for the 17-18 year. The next page shows that the county uses the modified accrual basis of accounting. That's explained in that paragraph. During the 14-15 years, the county did change some accounting policies to be GASB compliant. They were using the word transfer in the fund, in the appropriation level of transfer to transfer in between funds for the county. And that really should have been, they're called internal IGS, internal intergovernmental services. So any services that are intergovernmental for that one fund does a service with another fund, those are IGS transfers, not transfers. And the transfers are for just moving money from one fund to another with no services attached to it. So the internal service fund, cost recovery, we have administrative services that are charged to each department, and we'll go over that in the schedule. It's scheduled for the next thing of what to fund the commissioner's budget, the other administrative services fund, which is the commissioner's office staff, and the accounting, payroll, county council, IT, and then also occupancy, which is not based on the square footage used by the departments in the county. The general service fund fuels, services, and maintains all the county vehicles except for road fund vehicles. The cost recovery is based on the mileage and price to fully recover the cost of their operations. The vehicle replacement fund provides a buffer for departments to purchase a vehicle over time or outright as necessary. The general equipment self-insurance is a cost-effective alternative to purchased insurance for losses to vehicles and equipment. Cost recovery is mileage-based through the general service fund. And the road equipment self-insurance covers the road equipment is replenished if necessary from road funds. We also have an unemployment reserve to pay the county quarterly self-insured unemployment claims. And the fund the fund reduces year-to-year fluctuations within a unemployment. If we had unemployment insurance, there would be year-to-year fluctuations in that rate. And all the departments pay a percentage of the salary of their salary and wages to maintain that fund. Elected officials are not eligible for unemployment, and they are not included in providing for that fund. And the PERS reserve was initially established to cover an unexpected unfunded liability. And also, if rate increases are significant, the commissioners may authorize these funds to be used to reduce the cost impact on departmental budgets. We did not do that this year, although there was a rate increase. So staffing, FTE, which means full-time equivalent position, is included in the departmental organizational section at the beginning of the budget. Details and on the page at the beginning of each department. Payroll details are not included in the budget document, but are included in the master payroll that is published in July. So the under staffing, there's a cost of living, PERS, health, dental, vision insurance. So the fiscal year 2017-18 budget reflects a 0% cost of living adjustment, COLA, for SEIU employees, and a 0% COLA for Teamsters Union members, and a 0% COLA for elected officials, managers, and other non-represented employees. The county is currently in negotiations with SEIU and Teamsters unions, and there will be an overall PERS rate increase on July 1st, 2017. In that PERS rate increase, Tier 1 and Tier 2 increased from 18.19% to 22.23%. Officer increased from 7.56% to 11.21%, and the police and fire increased from 11.67% to 15.98%. The fiscal year 2017-18 health coverage for an SEIU employee remains capped at $1,000 per month, with the employee picking up the balance of the premium. Non-represented employees and elected officials are capped at $1,000 per employee, and Teamster employees have a cap of $1,150 per month, with the employees picking up the balance of the premium. Members of the Teamsters bargaining unit also receive a $50 per month contribution to a personal HRA health reimbursement account. And in union negotiations, like I set up above, the Teamsters and SEIU unions contracts expire on June 30th, 2017, and we are currently in negotiations. The county fees policy. The county has set a policy of increasing fees the first week of July. The increases are made only after analysis of those costs related to providing those services. And the ORS 203.115 allows the county governing body to set fees twice annually. So the unemployment reserve contribution, the county is a direct reimbursement employer, and unemployment fund is to assure that the county has enough money to pay the unemployment liabilities as billed by the state on a quarterly basis. The Board of Commissioners determines whether to charge each department fund that has a payroll within the county or relies on the general fund for interim funding until enough monies have been reserved to offset any possible substantial layoffs that might occur. Each layoff or termination has a $20,000 potential cost to the county. The fund currently has resources for up to 14 unemployment claims. There are no general fund. There's no general fund draw on those in this proposed budget. During the 16-17 budget committee process, The county, the current 1.5 unemployment rate on payroll salaries for Fund 3.01 unemployment reserve was split to increase the unemployment reserve by 0.75% on payroll salaries and also increase Fund 2.33, the capital project fund, by 0.75 on payroll salaries. And that change is reflected and budgeted in this 2018 budget. The PERS reserve contribution, the Board of Commissioners put the PERS reserve aside partially to cover the exposure to the county retains as its share of unfunded PERS liability, and there was no draw budgeted in the 17-18 proposed budget. Changes in revenue and appropriations and the permanent tax rate and unappropriated fund. Revenues are estimated at conservative levels while including all expenditures and probable increases in program expenditures. Reserved Title III funds are included in the budget where appropriate and approved. The county's permanent tax rate is 0.5996 per thousand of assessed value, and the 2017-18 general fund budget reflects a $2.1 million beginning fund balance with $80,000 non-spendable and $750,000 committed working capital. There's no major capital projects anticipated in the 17-18 fiscal year. The road fund capital projects is budgeted at $1.4 million on our track to be completed within budget. 2016-17, no road capital improvement fund capital projects were undertaken, and is not expected there will be expenditures against the $6.8 million capital budget in that fund. Road fund 17-18 capital projects $1.4 million includes bridge and road improvements and equipment. Federal and state regulations. Federal grant funding requires strict accountability and reporting of expenditures unless the grant specifically allows commingling or combining with other funding sources. In some cases, it is necessary to specifically track the grant match expenditures separately from the grant-funded expenditures. Federal money cannot be used to match federal grants. State grant funding usually includes federal pass-through funding and also requires strict accountability for most funding streams that are not general fund discretionary use. County budgets are categorized by funds and Oregon budget law entity and the departments within those funds to efficiently account for respective functions and related funding sources. The 2017-18 budget includes a new 2.50 federal grant fund and a new 2.51 other grant fund to specifically track individual grants or restricted fund revenues separate from other funding sources. In summary, the county is mandated to provide certain services and will do so as funding allows. There is a schedule showing the total budget, county budget appropriations included unappropriated for the past years. It also shows the same amount excluding transfers, and it shows the proposed budget. I don't think I changed that last one after I fixed the proposed. It should say the 57,611.
What, that very last
Yeah,
number?
I think
I was just going to ask about that.
I think it's actually
Yeah, right.
57,711.
So it'd be 5.7,
Because I fixed-
57.7.
Yeah.
Okay.
The total on the other pages should have been 57,711, because at the last minute I fixed a budget for the carryover. The All Care grant is sitting in the general fund, so I had to bring that over as a beginning fund balance and also as a transfer to the grant fund. So everything increased by that $100,000 that I changed. So The County Board of Commissioners and staff remain dedicated to providing the best possible service to its residents. They ask for the continued involvement of its citizens and county committees, boards, and events. Respectfully, Louise Kallstrom, Budget Officer.
Ms. Kallstrom, it strikes me that maybe we should just clarify this for the record. The numbers that you were questioning and saying something, at least in my mind, was, is it accurate or not? Would you make that clear? At the bottom of the last table, the number 57,711,736, that is a correct number? And it can
I'm
be
trying to
answered
think
later.
I'm trying to think of when I wrote this budget message,
So
and
would you like to come back to that?
I think I'd like to come back to that because I have a handout here that has of 7,872,694, which I believe is the correct.
Let's keep that in
Correct.
mind. and
Oh, that's,
give you an
I'm sorry,
opportunity.
I am looking at a number that is countywide, and I'm looking at another number that is general fund only. So 57,711 is the countywide correct number.
Okay, so that's correct.
Yes. The
Good.
the first pages where it said 57,611 is incorrect because I made a change at the last minute when I was setting up the budget fund.
That's on the very first page of your
Yes. So that should say 57,711.
711?
And anything after that where it said 57.6
Okay.
should say
So
57.7.
the number that is not, the number that you would revise is the one
At the first
at the
page
first
one.
sentence of the
Yeah.
budget message.
Yes. I'm sorry about that. I was working on two things at once.
All right, that's good. Are we now going to go to questions from Ms. Kallstrom? I'm ready for that if anybody else would like to, or are you thinking break? Yeah.
I think we're close to break within a couple of minutes, so
All right,
I
let's
don't know
break.
that we want to begin the questions
Yeah, I
with
think
just
that
a
we
couple of
should
minutes.
try to keep to the schedule of breaks as much as
The
possible.
break is 15?
It's 15. It's required is 10, but
let's
it was
meet at
it was
15
scheduled at
after.
15 before, so I just left it at 15 on this
Commissioner
schedule.
Huxley?
Just one comment in it before we go on break, and it comes from that local budgeting document that I referred to, and it goes directly to your first comment, as far as, has anybody read this
Yeah.
yet? And I would submit, just for future consideration of the next budget meeting for the next fiscal year, if you go on page 10 of this document, it goes through what happens at the first budget meeting. And it says you adopt the rules of order, the committee may adopt blah, blah, and agree on a discussion procedure, which we did. Then it goes on, what happens at subsequent budget meetings? And it says generally, so it's not poured in stone, but generally the second and other subsequent meetings take place at least 1 week after the first meeting.
Right.
This practice allows budget committee members to review the proposed budget document. And then it goes on to even say that they could interface with on an individual basis, and they almost encourage it to interface with the actual budget officer if they have questions. So I would just submit for future years. I think that would be a great idea, but you have to be looking at that, from the front end, as far as the budget officer has to schedule that sort of thing in. It's not just as simple as changing a calendar, but I thought it was again, it wasn't a mandate, but I thought it was a great suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments about the break? Do we want to extend that to read, Commissioner Boyce?
I didn't mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry, just for Mr. Chair. Can you provide copies of that, or did we
It's
have?
on
I
the-
guess
it's on the internet.
It's on the internet, just local, but
Department of
that's why I
Revenue.
gave the number. You just search Oregon Department of
I
Revenue.
think it was
It's right on
actually
their-
in the
right on their
BOC things.
It may have
I
been
saw it
also,
there.
but
Well,
it's right
listen-
on the Department of Revenue website.
I'll
It's
take care of that,
short
thank you,
voice.
Mr. Chair.
Certainly. I printed mine off. They change them from year to year. I printed mine off the county website.
Great,
Yeah,
thank you
it was
again.
on the
And
county
it's
Okay.
helpful.
website.
It's recommended. It
Yeah.
gives us some idea where our powers lie and where they don't.
Okay.
There's actually two documents, Louise Kallstrom.
Okay.
There's actually two documents. One is a kind of a short, condensed document, and one is a very full document. I think
I got the short
Commissioner
one.
Huxley, oh, you want
Yeah,
the short
yeah,
one?
And that's like 20
Yeah.
some pages.
Yeah,
The other
and-
one's the budget manual, it's like 100
Yeah,
right,
pages,
yeah.
yeah. But this was great. This was
Yeah.
great.
And I did send that out to all committee members and commissioners when I gave them notice of the budget committee meetings.
The break, does anybody want to take time to go through and read this and come back with questions, or do we want to just get on with the next part?
We come back with questions after
Come
the
back.
break.
With questions after the break?
What I'd like to do then, let's meet at 20 after. It'll give me time to read, and I hope others time to read. And we'll get to the questions at that time.
Okay. Thank you.
Did that help?
So, as I
Yes,
remember,
I'm
you
trying to do two
did all
things
this
at once.
before.
Yeah, I understand.
Right story of
I used to
budget
have-
stuff.
And that mouse is
Yeah,
kind of
for-
weird.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is. And what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Meares, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Meares Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second haystack rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot 1 or 2 of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. Two small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes, but you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch three-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neahkahnie Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There is little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves in the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria. Ride a horse along the waves near Florence. Pet a baby tiger near Bandon. Hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined.
It's gonna fly by.
It's gonna be fun.
No, I'm just looking at all the stuff I
That's yours.
I'm against. Stuff I have. 2 more weeks.
let Tom know when he's back live.
You know, I need to leave the county in good shape when I leave, and I have a lot to do that. So.
Good. It's 20 after 11. This is Tom Brand. We're ready to resume our budget meeting. Is that too loud? I'm hearing feedback.
Sure, you're fine.
No, you're great.
Okay. All right. It's still not clear to me. We're going to come back with questions from Ms. Karlstrom after lunch or now?
Now.
All right. Ready to entertain questions along that line, and I'll go last. Commissioner Boyce?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I was surprised to see, and there's probably a simple explanation on this, Ms. Karlstrom, $39 million in the road fund reserves?
Excuse me, do you have a page number you could refer us to?
Excuse me, page 4, yes, that's a good idea.
39 was last year.
Okay.
36 is this year, and it includes all the road funds, which is road fund, the bike and footpath fund, the road self-insurance fund, and the road capital reserve fund. The capital reserve is 28 million this year.
Thank you, and I see 36 million on the
Yeah.
proposed budget here. Doing my math, if we have a total budget of 58 million rounded, no, that would be 22 or 23 million that the assessor is collecting through property taxes. Is that square?
Just above that county road fund budget on page 4, it says property taxes are 1,670,000.
But I'm talking about all the districts. I used to think that figure was around 26 million, but I think it's...
Well, I wouldn't know what property taxes are on all of the districts in the county. I only know what the county's portion of property taxes is at their permanent tax rate of 5.996.
May I?
Certainly. I think it adds up.
Here a
Thank
second.
you.
For our discussion and for people viewing the film, I'm wondering if it would help to talk about, differentiate the general fund portion from all the others. It gets quite confusing with all the school districts, money that flows through our hands and is called budget money. But it's not discretionary for us. We're not going to be dealing with that.
Well, the only part we're going to be dealing with is the 1.67 million that we actually get in the county, which is approximately 6% of the total. So we have no authority to deal with, say, the school funds and all of the other stuff.
Louise Karlstrom, on page 193 of the budget, there is county school funds is 400,000, and that's the only part of other counties' money that hits our budget. The county assessor collects the money, it hits our cash, and then is distributed by our county treasurer, but it does not hit our budget. So the only part of property taxes that hit our budget is the in the non-departmental, this $1,670,000 of revenue, and also the county school funds, which are on page 193, which is a in and out. It comes in, it's the electric co-op taxes and the shared forest fees. Those come in to the county as revenue and go out to the schools as an expenditure. But that's the only part that actually hits our budget from county revenues.
Commissioner Huxley.
Well, just, not that it's, I don't think it's necessarily pertinent here, but back to Commissioner Boyce's question, you just set up a ratio, but just very quick. That would be 6%, I'm just rounding, 6% is to 1.67, as 100 is to X, so 6X equals 167, which is about $28 million, if that helps.
And that's what, yes, that figure does square, and Ms. Colstrom, thank you, I understand that.
Good
But back to your,
equation.
excuse me, back to your point, Mr. Chair, that is confusing to many taxpayers, and I think that's perhaps why you brought it up. And it's just good information to know the work the assessor does in collecting that, and then, as you stated, the treasurer redistributing it. Thank you.
I'd like to also ask Ms. Colstrom, of the funds that come into the general fund, that 6%, was that is obviously 1.6 million isn't enough to run the county. The tax dollars we receive isn't enough to run the county.
No, sir.
But year after year, we continue on, and
Yes.
fairly well. So where does that other money come from?
Well, we'll be going through that in the non-departmental budget. The revenues for that start on page 5. So there's some miscellaneous other tax kind of money. The electric co-op, which is not actually property tax. There's money coming from payments in lieu of taxes, federal money. So it's the federal land. The federal government does not pay taxes on those, so they give you payments in lieu of those taxes. And then there's shared state monies, which are tobacco, alcohol, amusement tax, and then I stuck the marijuana tax in there too for the first time this year. And then your carryover balance, that's the main revenues in the general fund, besides the fees and revenues that come with each department.
Commissioner Huxley, did you raise your hand?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Then if I may, does this look familiar to you? Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
That shows a 2017-2018 budget resource, and it totals 5.4 million.
Well, if you, because we're not at that point yet that I was going to hand this out, but I do have a handout that updates what you are looking at, and I believe, no, maybe not. I don't think I have it up there. Anyway, the revenues outside of non-departmental that are the individual federal, in some instances, monies and fees that other departments charge in their departments. Those total $1.5 million outside of non-departmental within the general fund. So I'm going to actually hand this out right now so you guys can look at it. Yeah, I was going to hand it out when I started talking on non-departmental.
So my question is this, if I may. The total resources of 5.44 million. At this point, I understand that as being that's the amount, for the most part, we're going to be focused on as a budget committee. How that's going to be allocated amongst the various funds that have to be funded. Is that a correct interpretation?
Okay, I'm not sure what the 5.44 you're looking at.
It's the total of the budget resources, may I?
Pardon me.
Those are the sources. That's what our
Mr. Chair, I think you need to get to your microphone. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. So I've just given a sheet that.
Okay, so this is not my form. I don't know where it came from. I'm not sure of that number.
All right.
Maybe that came from CPAC.
I think it did. And it's not based on this proposed budget. It's not the same exact numbers that are in this budget.
Is it in the ballpark?
I don't have a comparison, sir, because I don't have that
Then
that
let's put this aside.
spreadsheet.
We can't go in.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Anybody else have questions?
Yes.
Ms. Scapel?
Yes, Sam Scappo. Ms. Colston, is that what you prefer?
Sure.
I had just two questions on the message. First is on page 4 again. That's under road cap reserve. That just over $3 million reduction in the road cap reserve. Is that something that the road needed this year, or is
Yes, sir.
okay? Was it just some unexpected repairs?
The timber revenues that hit the general fund hit the operations road fund very hard as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll get there when we get to that one.
Mm-hmm.
And then on page 6, under cost of living, PERS, health, dental, such, the second sentence down begins, the county is currently in negotiations. After unions, I guess that would be a period, right? And then a new sentence, there will be an overall PERS rate increase. That's nothing to do with the negotiations. That's
No,
just-
sir,
yeah.
that has just to do with,
Right.
of the,
Yeah, I understand.
that whole paragraph just talks about the impacts to the budget for these particular types of payroll-related increases or decreases.
But it has it there as an overall PERS rate. Is that all on the employee side, or is it a split between the employer and the employee portion?
Okay,
Sorry,
the PERS rate is, there's two parts to a PERS rate. One is the employee part, which is 6%. In this county, the 6% is paid by the employee. That's their, it's a payroll deduction to each employee. So the 6%, that part of it is paid. The other rate is the employer rate. And it is the overall PERS increase. Sometimes they're, I think the year before, it's a 2-year rate, so it goes for 2 years. The last time, the overall was actually a decrease because there was a decrease, I believe, in the OPSERP rate from the previous 2-year rate. So, but this year, the rate from the 2015 through 17 PERS rate, it increased in each category, which is the Tier 1, Tier 2, the OPSERP rate, which is people who are hired after a certain date. I can't believe it was 90 something. I can't remember what year exactly that OPSERP came into. And then the police and fire employees have a separate rate from the Tier 1, Tier 2, and the OPSERP rate.
Yeah,
so,
I was just trying to clear.
So all three of those
employer
increased at this time.
in the employer portion, right?
The employer paid portion, yes.
Which will drag the 6% on the employee portion.
The 6% employee portion is
Portion.
always 6%
Yeah, of pay.
of their pay,
Right.
yes.
So, because it just
But
says
it's their
overall.
payment. It doesn't
Yeah.
it doesn't affect the
No, I
county's
get it.
expenditures.
I was just looking at overall, thinking that there was something happening with both portions, but there's not. It's just the
It's,
employer portion.
it's just the employer portion, and sometimes it's not a overall increase. And this year it was every single rate did increase.
Mr. Huxley.
On that, I think we had discussed in one of the meetings that the total increase in dollars was about 150,000, as I recall, something like that per year.
I think my
Not just general fund, but PERS, period.
I think my preliminary calculations in the very beginning of the budget process was about 150,000 would increase. I didn't calculate exactly how much it was.
So that could put the magnitude of what we're talking
Yes.
about. It was about 150,000 a year.
Well, yes, sir. Yeah, Sam Scaffold again. I was just to point out, going from 756 to 1121, for example,
Yes.
percent. I
For observe, yeah, it was,
it looks like less than 5%, but it's really a 48% increase.
Correct.
Yeah,
It's a
so,
large-
so now, if that were to maintain that rate, we're doubling in less than 2 years, or about, and, and at 3% tax rate increase every year, it's gonna take 25 years to double. So, I mean, that's unsustainable, obviously.
The forecasts, but it's just a forecast, are that 22 on the tier 1 will be up to 30 in the next 2-year period, but that's just an estimate that I've read several times now.
We are powerless to affect that number, is that correct?
exactly. That is set by the PERS board.
And that's to make up for deficits.
That's part of keeping the PERS fund, the Oregon public employees
Retirement system.
to keep up with that. And they put a lot of factors into that. The rate increase of how much to go up and how much to continue as an unfunded liability within that fund. But that's their role.
More questions for Ms. Kallstrom? Thank you. Mr. Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're not powerless. You can write your legislators. They are, basically, they still haven't dealt with it yet. And that unsustainable, as Mr. Scaffold just said, at the state level as well, they've not dealt with it, unfortunately. And it is a huge concern for all of Oregon and, of course, many employers. Thank you.
I'm just going to make one more comment on PERS. Several years ago, there was a referendum put out by the voters to handle this problem, and it was deemed unconstitutional by the Oregon Supreme Court. In my opinion, there was definitely a conflict of interest because all of them are members of PERS. So
That's true.
it's been very difficult when you have a guaranteed rate of 8%.
Well said.
Commissioner Oxley.
So I still have more questions
yes,
on
please.
the budget message.
We've got to get back. We can't do PERS.
Go, continue on. And
On page 2, made reference on the top of page 2, the second sentence says the proposed budget takes $200,000 of road money to fund the sheriff county road patrol and $120,000 for road patrol dispatch. Then if you go, so it wasn't just $200,000 in road funds, it's $320,000?
We never discussed during the budget balancing. Holy crap.
Sorry about that.
Sorry. That scared me.
Scare anybody.
What happened there?
I think the suction cup got messed up.
Oh.
Just use the other one.
There.
Oh, okay. So we did not address the 911 dispatch. 120. I did discuss it with Roadmaster and the sheriff, and for the proposed budget, we just left that 120
So it was
in.
320, not
So
200.
the whole general fund, road fund, the one we were discussing mostly was the $1.7 million. That was the civil patrol, and we just did not talk about the 120 that was in 911 dispatch.
So it's 320 road
Total.
fund.
Yes,
not
in the
200.
general fund, yes.
Because on the third, on page 3, at the top, it said, grants removed from general fund into restricted funds, O&C forest fees evaluated increased by 200,000. Use of road funds decreased from 1,705,000 to 200,000.
And that was in the, when we had our budget meetings where we were balancing the budget, we were only discussing, and one of my recommendations was to take the 1,705,000 down to 200,000. That, or actually I said 400,000 and the board told me in the final meeting 200,000. So that was, that one, that change was talking about just the line item in the sheriff's civil.
Okay. So it was, in reality, the 1.7 million was actually 1.825 million total, correct?
In all of the
Road-
sheriff's
road
departments. I was just talking about that one line item in the sheriff's civil patrol, civil criminal patrol fund department.
Thank you.
You. Any other questions? Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One quick one, page 7 at the top, third line down, 14 unemployment claims. Do we, you may not know the answer to this. It's how long those claims would be on the average, or how long we could support that?
You know, I just took the 20,000 potential cost to the county as a carry forward from the previous budget messages. I assume somebody had tried to figure that dollar amount out. In times of, certain times, I think it's because unemployment is a is a finite amount of time that you could be on unemployment. So there's a finite amount of how much money you can get through unemployment. However, during the recession, they extended that time, and so that $20,000 would have gone up considerably because I can't remember how many weeks they allowed you on unemployment at that time, but it was a lot.
So question, is this 14 correct because of the amount of time they allow for unemployment now?
Well, I believe that the 20,000 is based on the amount that they do allow right now.
Okay.
That recession one didn't last forever. They stopped doing the extra weeks.
Yeah, it was like almost 2 years or something.
About a year, year and a half, maybe 2 years, they allowed that. So the unemployment rate is down quite a bit nationally. I think it's down quite a bit in Oregon. I don't know how much is down in the county, but the potential cost, I believe, I kind of think that that is a reasonable number of the 20,000, and that was divided into our reserve amount that we have in this current budget, and I came up with the number 14. So you could have, you would completely deplete your unemployment reserve if you have 14 unemployed people in this against the county in 1 year.
And those people taking the maximum amount of time allowed.
Yeah, if they don't find another job and stay on unemployment until it is exhausted for them.
Thank you.
To that point, would you, when you say there's no general fund draw on that same paragraph where we're talking about,
yes, I'm sorry.
would you define what that means? It's also used in the PERS contribution where there's no general fund draw.
I think it's in the second preceding year column in those funds. So in 14-15, I believe, when they balanced the budget, they took money from those two reserves to fund general fund. So they drew, the general fund drew on those two reserves, PERS and unemployment, to balance their budget in that year. So that's what I'm talking about, is drawing from those funds from the general fund to use it outside of the unemployment or PERS
If I may continue then, on that same page, down a paragraph where it talks about reserved Title III funds, would you define what those are?
The Title III funds are reserved monies. They can only be used for certain activities. There's a small amount remaining of the first Title III monies that have a broader use. I'm not sure what all the limitations are of that use, but the second one is as they receive the funds, they set the programs that those funds would be used for, and there's balances still in those particular programs, and that money can still be used in the amount that was originally set for those programs. The final dollars that came into Title III after, I think it was 2008, the first one was 2008 through 2000, I believe it was a 12 or 13, I can't remember. But those monies came in and they have extremely restricted use. The only one that I know of that they can use it for is search and rescue. So there's, I do have a list of programs. If you would like me to bring that, I can bring you what's remaining of those Title III funds and how they can be used.
For my benefit, I'm sure those will be identified when we get to them, to the lines.
They're kind of identified, but they're not identified by what the programs were and how much has been used over the years and what's the balance in those programs.
Well, unless somebody else wants them, I don't see a need for that. I have another question. Below that, where it says the 2017-18 general fund budget reflects a 2.1 million beginning balance. Historically, that number is higher than normal, the usual prudent set aside, or lower than normal?
Well, on page 5, I think it's the last line on page 5 of the budget. The second preceding year, that unassigned fund balance carryover with the actual was $3,193,000. In the first preceding year, which ended 6/30/16, that number was $3,300,000. Last year, the adopted budget, it was budgeted at $1,006,000. So it's an increase from the year before, but it's lower than the actuals have been in the past. But those numbers included quite a bit of the SRS money, those carryover balances in the past.
Then an opinion, please. Is there a prudent amount to want to have? Are we over that? Do we intrude into that prudent position that if we?
Well, when we were talking about the proposed budget and I had the recommendations, we talked about using the carryover into this year from last year, which was $970,000 more than we budgeted for the $1,006,000, which was budgeted. And I thought it was responsible to use half of that and irresponsible to use much more than half of that when we had those discussions in our board meetings when we discussed that funding. We ended up using the half, and then the final direction from the board was to use another $200,000 of that.
All right. With respect to how that breaks down, there's $80,000 non-spendable. Is that anticipated taxes or?
The non-spendable, I believe, is prepaid expenses. It's a required carryover budgeted amount because of prepaid expenses. I know the auditors look at that number to see if it's adequate.
The $750,000 is committed working capital. That's a particular fund, and that's,
If you look at it's the last fund in the general fund. It's called other requirements.
What page?
It's page 56. Of course, the punch thing took off the page number, so. I think is that where it is? Operating contingency.
on 56 is a veterans.
Yeah, I'm seeing
services.
veteran services.
Oh, I'm sorry, 66. But I'm not sure if that's the right page, so let me look at non-departmental. Oh, sorry, it is on page 6 under non-departmental.
6?
Yeah. So the $700,000 of revenue budget that's called restricted fund balance, working capital reserve. Down below in the expenditures and materials and services, there's another line item that says other materials and services working capital reserve, which is the same dollar amount, $750. So that's how they reserve a carryover for operations into the next year.
I'm looking at previous years, and there's,
The previous years, those are only, usually that is a carryover, so it is not expended. So there's not a expenditure against that money. In fact, you'd have to go to the board to change, to use that money because it's a capital reserve, working capital reserve. So in other words, it's a budget to be expended, but it does never get expended and is part of the carryover into the next year that is a reserve to make sure that you have working capital for the first few months of the year.
it looks to me like there was nothing there for the second and the first previous years.
There's nothing there as an actual expenditure. It's never actually expended. It is budgeted.
Just
Yes,
budgeted.
sir.
I see. Thank you. Give me a moment, please. I want to finish
Sure.
looking for my question marks. On page 3, the first word is grants. It looks like it might have been part of another sentence, or maybe it was to be been capitalized.
Oh, it should have been capitalized, sorry.
Thank you.
I don't know. I don't know why Word didn't tell me about that. Tells me about everything else.
Did you say page 3?
At the top of page 3, the
Top of
first
page
word.
three.
Should be a capital letter. New sentence.
New sentence.
Certainly. The, on that same page, under general fund, my intuition or experience has said that the Commissioner's Department pays would be in the general fund. Apparently, that's not the case.
The Commissioner's Fund was moved out of the general fund in, several years ago. I don't know which budget it was, but it was like
several.
13-14 or 14-15 or something like that.
Can somebody speak to the reason for moving it out?
I think that would be because it is an administrative fee and is treated like an administrative fee, like the accounting services, the payroll services, county council, and IT services.
Thank you. We may have talked about this already on page 4, county road fund budgets, restricted road funds. Perhaps Mr. Scaffold talked about that. I'm curious to know, actually, never mind, we'll deal with that when we talk to the road fund. Okay, end of my questions. Thank you. Next on our schedule is Ms. Karlstrom, and you're going to be dealing with IGS cost allocations.
We are very close to noon, so I just, but this won't take too long. I just want to bring your attention to it and trying to find out what page it's on, sorry. Yeah, it's down there somewhere. Can't see with these glasses. Okay, so it's on actually page, 158. So the administrative fees for, like we were just talking about, the finance department, the HR, human relations, payroll department, the council, Infotech, which is our IT services, and the BOC office, and the commissioners themselves. Those fees are spread based on the departmental budget within the general fund and the funds outside of the general fund as a percentage of the whole budget of those all the departments, and so the whatever is their percentage of the general fund budget, that's how much that particular department is paying towards administrative fees, overhead costs, if you will. There's several departments that might be adjusted. They don't all get, like finance usually administrates to all these departments, but some of these departments might not have payroll, so they would not get a percentage of the payroll administrative fee. And like district attorney does not get a percentage of the county council's fee. So that's why each one is calculated separately, because not all of these fees go to all of the departments. They each have their own eccentricities. In the past, these fees were basically based like this, but they had some adjustments to the percentages that I don't know the history of, and I don't know the reasons for them. So I did a straight percentage spread on this budget, and it's pretty close to what was done the year before. So I think I did something right on that. So that's just an explanation of when we go into the budgets, and each department has a section in their materials and services that has administrative fees for these departments. Those are the cost allocations to those departments. The next page, on page 59, the other, what we call overhead cost, is the occupancy budget for our building services within the county, and that is based on square feet. The we did go through all of the maps and occupied space and revised this a little bit for occupied space that we counted up. The last one that was done was in 2007, so we wanted to kind of look at this one more time. People have kind of moved around in spaces since then, so as far as I can tell, I think this is pretty accurate. Hasn't been challenged yet, so there might be some adjustments to this in later years, but this is set for this year.
It's my understanding that this is a typical way that local government, such as our county government, funds its administrative functions. To put it another way, is to check on my understanding, is that our commissioners have as a function some responsibility for each of the departments or assigned departments. And that's the rationale maybe to support why those departments are putting money into the administrative department.
Well, the experience that I have had is that there are certain functions within any entity that are administrative services that you might not personally use IT services, but you have the use of IT functions, and therefore everybody has a computer on their desk, needs to pay for the department that provides IT services, whether they're in their office every day or not. So that's an overhead cost. It's not a direct cost of using those services. It is something that is required to have in the county is IT services. We have a county council, we have a board of commissioners, we have their office, we have a finance department and payroll that affects every department in the county. So these are overhead costs, and they're spread percentage-wise over all departments in the county in all funds, unless they don't qualify for. I mean, grant funds don't qualify for overhead unless they're specifically written into that grant. So there's some departments that are not getting administrative fees, or some funds that aren't, that there is a reason for that.
Commissioner Oxley.
It gets more confusing than just that, because I had quite a discussion like you're having, but we spent a lot more time on this. And as the commissioners evolved from general fund to this formula, they have a different formula, but never could figure out really why. It was about 70,
yes, we had
70-30. It was like, where's that
historically coming from? In what I have found, and I did the same thing as they did before, at the bottom of the page you will see under commissioners there's a little calculation that says how much the commissioner's budget was, and 70% of that budget is spread to all departments like the other ones, but 30% is a transfer directly out of the general fund. It's in other requirements, and it is a direct 30% direct from the general fund. And I don't know the history of that. I'm assuming that it had something to do with the hit of commissioners themselves on all the departments, and how much, when they moved it out of the general fund, that the general fund was going to continue directly funding 30% of it.
Chairman Brand, Carl King, I sat in this room when the Board of Commissioners, none of the present ones being on that board, discussed that. And other than it was easier to divide it and make it more difficult to understand exactly how much money the commissioner's office was costing the county taxpayer, was the only explanation that made any sense to me as a citizen taxpayer sitting in the back room. But they did have at the time, maybe you can ask Representative Smith and Mr. Itzen, they had some reason why they divided their salaries out from their staff needs. But it was difficult, again, sitting in the back of the room, to understand why they were doing that. But they did have a reason for 70-30, et cetera.
None of us know what it is.
Last just point of information also in our discussion. It was based on the approved department budget. That was the basis or the foundation for all these multiplications, because there's been many comments from the road department, for example. We talk about the IT, and they would come back and they'd say, well, you look at the calls, and we had one call all month, and yet we paid exorbitant amount. Gets back to that, you know, it's available. I'm not you know, my point is not to give an opinion, I agree or disagree, but that's the way it is. And if you look at the road department has the line, you know, they have a very, very, very large budget. And based on capital, you know, improvements, or I say capital, you know, road improvements of millions of dollars that they put in their budget. In this last year, they didn't use those. But all these calculations were based on that large initial number. So,
all right,
that's a reason that the road department has such large fees, if you will. So.
Are there any more questions on these two? Because it is past.
Let's move on.
It's time to break for lunch. So.
All right.
Can we come back at like 10 after?
We're scheduled to start
At 1.
At 1.
But can we come back at 1:10 to give it the full hour?
You're fine with me. At any,
why don't you just go ahead and...
Anything contrary to that? Then let's meet at 1:10, and I will try to do a better job of keeping us moving. However,
you're doing fine.
The scope of what we're going to be doing requires that we understand where we're starting, have a common understanding, and so this first couple of days might be slow.
Should not be the clock that runs the meeting.
We shouldn't be slave to our
it's your questions that need to run the meeting.
My understanding is that this is a schedule, and we take as long as we need on each piece of that schedule, and if things have to move to the next day, they move to the next day.
Yeah.
Bless you all. Bon
There's
appetit.
some extra time put in for that.
Lunch.
Friday.
1:10.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second Haystack Rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot 1 or 2 of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes, but you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch 3-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neocani Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There's little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves and the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria. Ride a horse along the waves near Florence. Pet a baby tiger near Bandon. Hike a trail. Sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we're actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test at this posted speed limit of 35
Bob Weeks and Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Now we're going to the W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues like transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, public safety, and public lands management. All of these issues are vital to our nation's quality of life and our long-term prosperity. Decisions made by the White House, Congress, and federal courts have a major cascading impact on our ability to lead our communities and pursue a better future. Let's look at why federal policies matter to county government and why county government matters to America. Counties provide vital services that keep our communities thriving and secure. We own and maintain 45% of roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. We own more than a third of the airports and hundreds of hospitals and thousands of courthouses, jails, 911 call centers, and libraries. We play a critical role during emergencies like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. What if you called 911 and no one answered? What if you couldn't reach your medical facility because roads and bridges were in disrepair or never built? County governments are an indispensable part of the infrastructure and services that keep residents safe and connected. But with very limited revenue options under most state constitutions and laws, counties must make every penny count in order to fulfill federal and state mandates and required responsibilities. Nothing is more basic in our society than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us in our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected. The Marketplace Fairness Act would enable states and localities to collect existing, already owed taxes. It would also level the playing field between many internet retailers who don't collect sales taxes and Main Street businesses that do. County governments provide support services to federal public lands, touching 700 million annual visitors. We lead search and rescue operations, fight fires, protect the public's health, and maintain roads. Federal lands cover nearly 1/3 of the U.S. and impact 69% of counties. Because federal land is exempt from local property taxes, counties depend on PILT, the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, to provide essential services. The Secure Rural Schools program provides assistance to rural counties and school districts affected by the decline in revenue from timber harvests on federal land. Decisions to cut or delay funding both programs undermine our ability to provide services and maintain public lands. Our intergovernmental partnerships don't end with legislation because counties also implement and comply with federal and state regulations. When considering environmental protections, we know our communities and care deeply about the environment. We need a stronger voice in shaping common sense regulations that protect communities while also promoting economic growth. This is why NACO secured significant improvements to FEMA's flood insurance program and is pushing back on the waters of the U.S. proposed rule. Our message: federal policies matter to county government, and county government matters to America. Every level of government must work together to shape policies that improve the quality of life for all Americans. Whether it's building and maintaining infrastructure, providing essential services, or fostering economic growth, counties are on the front line serving their citizens. NACO stands ready to work with the administration and Congress to make our nation's communities healthier, safer, and more vibrant places to live and work.
See Allison at lunch today? I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna text Allison. Hey, hold up, Matt's calling me. Hey, we got the food and we're on our way right now.
Counties matter. Counties serve nearly every American every day. Urban, suburban, and rural, counties work with states, the federal government, and other public and private partners to keep our communities healthy, vibrant, and safe. Whether you're commuting to work or shipping goods around the globe, counties matter. Counties own and maintain 45% of the nation's roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. And we're involved in nearly 1/3 of public airports and transit systems. Counties matter when Americans need us the most. Counties matter because we support smart, fair, and effective criminal justice systems. We help fund police and sheriff's departments. We own and operate local jails, 911 call centers, and mental health facilities. Counties create healthy communities. We invest more than $80 billion in hospitals and medical services each year. Counties matter because we invest in the lives of residents of all ages, improving their quality of life where they live and work. Counties are the building blocks of state, regional, and national economies. We support housing, recreation, and economic development. And we do so much more. From issuing birth certificates to administering elections. Counties employ more than 3.5 million people. In total, we invest more than $500 billion in our residents and our communities every year. Counties provide essential services we all depend on every day. That's why counties matter.
How many letters?
5 letters.
Just think about, what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Yeah, I just picked her up. We should be there in 20 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, it's him. Where is he?
I know. Yeah, I know.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second haystack rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot 1 or 2 of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes, but you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch three-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neahkahnie Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There is little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves in the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria, ride a horse along the waves near Florence, pet a baby tiger near Bandon, hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, The sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we are actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test, which is posted speed limit of 35
Bob Weeks and Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Now we're going to the W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs.
Monies, transfers in from other funds, and general fund carry forward beginning balances. And this comment is from the old, but this department does not include any federal grants or other grants that are now in a new fund. So,
Question, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Louise, is your mic on? Are you?
oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I remembered to take it off. I didn't remember to put it on.
50%, not bad.
Yeah, not bad. Okay, is that better? Okay, so the in the general fund, I did several changes, and down here in the resources, property taxes were included. The 3% increase in property taxes that are a general number that taxes can improve. It's from the tax collector. It's just, I think it's just a kind of a generic percentage. It's not a perfect percentage. The other thing I changed was line 8.
which is the 250 was budgeted last year for the timber O&C monies, and I believe this year that we're going to get about, next year we're going to get about 500,000. This year we got a little over 600,000 against that 250. I also included down at the bottom of the page transfer in from the cable TV franchise. In board discussions, we decided to close the cable TV franchise fund, and that would be the carryover balance from that. And also above, let's see if I can remember where it is. Okay, so on line 4, 5, I'm trying to read across. It's line 5. The expected cable franchise fees of $130 for 2017-18 are also included in the non-departmental. And see if I have any more comments on this. The unassigned fund balance was increased to $2,000,001 from the $1,006,000. And on the next page, on page 6, the All Care grant was moved to the restricted monies fund. It's in Fund 251 now. And in order to, because the general fund is actually carrying that money, it was given to the county in 2015-16. So it's kind of sitting there because it hasn't been spent yet. So it's going to carry over as restricted fund balance. And then down below, there's a transfer. Oh, it's in the other requirements. There's a transfer of that $100,000 to the grant. So that is kind of an in and out in this budget, but it's moving it so it's the cash is moved to the correct grant. In the expenditures, there was an increase in the professional services to for the Brant Media contract, $20,000. And there were several adjustments, like that salary for a regular payout of $50,000 is no longer being budgeted. And the general liability insurance and the property insurance that were, I think they're budgeted here, from what I understand, to account for if property insurance was not really appropriate for where it was budgeted, or and then we have to move it back to the general fund, which we have in the past, and we actually did this year. But I moved it down to a more reasonable number of $5,000 and $2,000. And I really don't have anything else on the non-departmental, and so if we have any questions on that.
Mr. Huxley.
I have two things, and I've spoken previously to Louise on these. You mentioned the one on the Brant Media. This was to continue with Brant Media as the PEG, although it's not PEG funds, but as the PEG operator, as a charter operator of the audio video going out and streaming video. And the this will not include, it went from 20, I took it from 25 down to 20. In looking at the hours that were originally estimated, which was just one of the 4 pieces of that total grant previously, or not grant, the total contract. The initial year was, I think, for 25,200 or 25,500, or 25,500, I believe. And the initial estimate for actually videoing the meetings was based on the count of all the video every meeting for 2015, because that was the most current full year that we had at the time. And that came up, and then I added a figure to make it, and it came up at 120 hours. So that was the basis of one piece of that contract. There were 2 or 3 other pieces of it, but the total hours, and then I looked also at the first quarter of 2016. The hours for the first quarter of 2016 were 27 hours and 37 minutes to be exact. That was for a quarter. So annualized, it was about about right at 120-ish again. Call it 30 times 4 is 120. The reality of the first 3 months for 2017 is 49 hours of actual video time. So that's the reason that I made this at figuring 20,000 in the hopes, because we will be using very shortly some of the other funding. We'll have to move from that contract. Some of the custom video will be the logical place to move it to cover the actual video of the meetings, because they have effectively doubled from what they were the 2 prior years. I can't imagine them continuing at almost 50 hours a quarter, or at a rate of 200 hours versus 120 average the prior 2 years. But that's just a quick overview of where we are on that. Okay. The other subject that I had also spoken about and intentionally did not bring it up during the budget process was probably 4 months ago, and ever so briefly made mention of it at the end of commissioner comments in a meeting. I went out to 2 entities, one Portland State University and one LPGI, for estimates to look at beginning in this fiscal year, not the last one, but this 2017-18. I had told them that we were in the process of having a Citizens Budget Advisory Committee, and it wasn't appropriate to throw that into the mix and confuse issues. So I didn't, other than to make mention and do it, quietly. I did receive estimates back for a scope of work. The scope of work was to look at the county structure, all departments, come down, interviews, et cetera, in depth, but from an outside party, and make recommendations as far as consolidation, possible consolidation, and on as far as cost effectiveness, doing cost effective things to change the way the county to a degree is doing business. That said, that estimate was in the $35,000 to $40,000 budget range. It is not budgeted anywhere, because when I went to Louise most recently, she just said it wasn't in anything at this point. So I'm putting it out there for consideration. She said the logical place would probably be in this area of non-departmental under professional services. So I'm putting that out for consideration during this budget process by this budget committee to allocate $40,000 towards that end to be done in the beginning of the fiscal year 2017-18. And I say I do have, you know, copies of their scope of work. The one entity which is part of Portland State is the same group that did a recent evaluation for the city of Brookings regarding whether or not to annex the port of Brookings. It was I think more money than this, but it was quite an undertaking, and I think the outcome surprised a lot of people in that they didn't have their minds made up, and I don't think it went the way a lot of people thought it would go. Matter of fact, it went to the contrary. So that's my two.
Could I just say one thing on the Brant Media? You said something about the length of the meetings. Have you readjusted that since we've come up with?
Well, yes, and you know, but
we're having fewer hours of meetings.
We have to have, in my opinion, we cannot keep going at 50 hours every quarter, which is effectively double what it's been for the last 2 previous years. Yes, I think we need to do better. We need to have shorter, more productive, more constructive meetings. We've had several meetings that were over 5 hours. One was over 7 hours, 7.5 hours.
Mr. Boyce?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Huxley, is that so we can stay within the $20,000 Brant Media contract or budget here?
For the next fiscal year.
Okay.
To act as the PEG operator. That's correct. It's still a reduction because we would not be repeating the 20 hours of custom video content. And that's where we're going to have to pull some of that funding to cover the drastic shortfall in the budget for the actual PEG operation or the meeting audio video.
So is that the primary reason we would limit our meetings, so the time, the hours?
Oh, no, I think we'd limit, to have multiple meetings that are 6 and 7 hours says that we're doing something wrong, in my opinion.
I'm sorry, I'm not being disagreeable here. I don't remember any 6 or 7 hour meetings.
Well,
maybe one for 5 that was pretty important.
Okay.
Point of. Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. But
hang on just
several.
a second, please.
Thanks. I have a breakdown by minutes of the meetings. Sure.
Okay. Is that something that's germane to the budget?
No, I wanted to explain why, you know, the 20,000.
Commissioner Boyce has got a good question, but if you could handle that aside, is that okay?
I agree completely.
Sam Scaffold has a question.
Oh, yes, Sam Scaffold, thank you. Yeah, regarding I have 2 questions. Regarding the PEG, is there any sense on viewership of that? Are we talking 1,000 people watching 50 hours a quarter for $20 a person? Or are we talking
answer that question, but I think we have an individual from Brant Media here who may be able to answer that question. You want to come up to the podium and identify yourself, please?
Thank you. Charles Douglas from Brant Media, Operations Manager for Curry County Civic. Just to explain for the benefit of the 2 new commissioners. So our current contract, which is not in sync with the budget calendar, but in sync with the physical calendar, is $25,200. We're just about in the middle of that. And the way that's broken down is that was predicted, at least in that contract, 120 hours to cost of 60 hours for the actual government meetings. And then separately from that, it was predicted that there would be 20 hours over the whole year for custom productions. And there was 7,200 allocated for the meetings, 10,000 allocated for custom productions. We're already planning on draining part of the production budget to go into the meeting budget. So that's the explanation to Commissioner Boyce's question. As far as viewership, we can provide you a figure if you like as far as viewership through the county's website of the video on demand of the meetings that are available through the county's website for all Board of Commissioner meetings, as well as we did a special workshop for FEMA floodplain readjustment. We've done planning commission meetings, and of course these meetings right now will be presented there as well. So we can present you the online viewership. As far as cable television viewership, that would require commissioning the services of a company like Nielsen. And currently that's quite an expensive proposition. Maybe some of the largest commercial operations in all Southern Oregon, you know, channels, NBC, ABC, they might pay for Nielsen ratings because they're getting paid by commercial operators to present TV commercials. They want to know how effective those are. In terms of a non-commercial operation like what we do or like what PBS does, we don't purchase that from Nielsen because it's not cost effective, because we're by definition under federal law a non-commercial station. We're not allowed to sell airtime. So there's no reason for us sensibly to purchase Nielsen ratings when we're not then selling airtime based on commercials shown on the channel.
So just the streaming then, what would your, how would you?
I'd have to, if you want me to come back tomorrow and give you the number on that, I certainly can. I don't have that right in front of me. And of course, that's also contingent on the redesign of the county website and presenting that in a more attractive and user-friendly way. And that's a separate process with a separate subcontractor from us. And that, I believe it's Aspire is doing that, and that's still in progress.
It's in progress, but we still don't have streaming because of network issues for 3 months now.
Right, and that's
streaming video.
And that's been an additional complication through another subcontractor, namely Coos Curry Electric, has been the almost total failure of the county's IT internet infrastructure. It's literally trying to shove a gigabyte worth of data into a 100 megabyte pipeline. And so it's literally to the point where we can't do simple uploads from this facility. We literally have to go off-site to upload the meetings. Thankfully, the cable television operation has been unaffected, and you've been 24/7 on Curry County Civic cable channels since, well, before January 1st of this year.
Joel? Counselor?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just was trying to listen to what the speaker was saying. John Huddle, County Council. Coos Curry Electric is our IT provider, and they're working on the repair, and they've been working on that, but it almost sounded like you said it was their responsibility for the total failure of that, but that thing kind of crashed on its own, and they've been working on the fix, and there's been issues there on that, but they were not responsible for the failure, and they've been working on the fix, from what I can tell, professionally, diligently, that kind of thing. So.
In response to Mr. Huddle, yes, it's a Cisco switch that was basically beyond its term of life, that had a catastrophic failure, and it's the repair of that that's taking longer than we
I think we're into the weeds here, Ben.
But I hope that answered Sam's question, or
did you have
help
anything else?
clarify?
No, just one other question, different subject though. Sam Scott was still. Ms. Kallstrom. The first line, taxes, property taxes, that's about a 4.3% increase. Is some of that due to reassessment? It might be a better question for the assessor, but.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you.
There's more than the 3% that would come from a.
It's a little bit more than 3%, because it's the 3% is an estimated percentage. So when I was balancing the budget, I confess that I used that particular line item to add to and subtract from to balance the budget. It's a kind of a more of a liquid revenue. It's usually get more than that is budgeted for. So I felt safe in using that line item to finish the couple of thousand here. And
okay, so that number didn't come from Jim.
No, I took 3% and added at first, and then it's been adjusted 3 or 4 times since then. Sometimes subtracting and sometimes adding.
Okay, anybody else have questions on Carl?
Carl King, on the revenue page, page 5, you have 130,000 of franchise fees, cable franchise fees as a carry forward, plus the 120 we'll receive during the fiscal year. Is that right?
Yes, sir. There's an ending fund balance of 130 estimated for this year, so it'll carry over.
In the past, that has been budgeted, and I don't remember where we ended up last year, but it's been budgeted to pay county council. And
yes, sir.
I don't remember sitting here last year in the budget committee ever being told that somewhere in the county bank account was $120,000 of unexpended franchise fees. So I'm a little surprised to see $250,000 of general franchise fees when I know that the county collects only about 120 to 130 during the fiscal year. I'm just wondering where that $130,000 carry forward came from.
But it was.
On page 169. There was budgeted $93,925 as a carry forward balance into this year. And there was also in that budget a reserve for future expansion of $58,731. So the amount that was budgeted for part of county council's pay, and then some other budgets for professional services and other materials and supplies are only a small portion of what was in that fund.
So over the years,
it's been carrying forward from 2015 into 2016. $101,000 actual was carried forward from 14-15 into 15-16. 100,000 was carried forward.
I don't understand why in past years we've been taking money from the road reserve fund to fund county government if we have $100,000 sitting in the bank somewhere from a franchise fee that has no purpose other than pay for all of the county expenses. That's just my observation. I have several questions on the expense side of this. On line, I think it's line 17, other materials and services, $100,000. Now, I don't know how many departments that provides other materials and services for, but during the lunch break, I started doing what I did at night last year and adding up all of these other materials and sciences and contingencies. And there is, and I'm not saying they're inappropriate where they are, but they're more this, I know the sheriff's department in all the various areas has 20,000 in other materials and services. There are other departments that have 1,000 here, 1,500 there. So I wonder, you know, and I haven't looked to see that general contingency that I assume is in here somewhere. I'm a little bothered by being asked to approve a budget that has a six-figure number in it with no explanation for why it's there.
I can explain why that particular one is there. And that is it's actually kind of a contingency type number. This year alone, I'm going to use somewhere around 60,000 of that particular line item for an error in a grant that there was no transfer budgeted from the general fund to that grant when there was a contracted 10% matching from the general fund for that particular grant. So there is, sometimes there is unforeseen errors or omissions or even unforeseen circumstances that would call for using that. That's only $100,000 to cover anything that we just didn't think of when we built this budget. And that's not a very big number, in my opinion, for the size of this budget.
And I won't find another contingency in there of six figures?
The only other contingency is that working capital reserve of the parts of the budget that I am responsible for.
Well, I'm talking about the total budget, though, because if
there are contingencies.
Mr. Huxley will remember my sitting here last year and having found $535,000 that was either a contingency or a unexplained other materials and services. And as we went through the budget, the only department that could explain what that was for was the Commissioner's department, because they were spending their $800 for bottled water. And I see this year they're no longer looking for us to fund bottled water for their office. But, you know, I just find it difficult to sit and take money from a road fund, reserve fund that is going to have to be used for the roads and have contingencies that are unnecessary and are just there to make things better. Two other comments on this. Now, I understand brand media, the professional services general, the 20,000 that's above that. What is that item?
That is certain legal or negotiation type professional services, depending on what year it is and when it's needed.
That's not to pay for litigation against the federal government or the state government or the Bureau of Land Management or anything like we did last year?
It is, there are professional services that come up for legal in any entity, and this would be against that. And it's also for negotiations when we, for this year, that general services is actually probably going to be used towards negotiation professional fees that we're going to pay this year. So it is in a general placeholder for those kinds of things that come up, which are either legal or a continuation of those negotiations that are ongoing right now.
Because there is a line item there for professional services legal that has a blank in it.
I just kind of basically moved it to general because it could be legal and it could be some other type of professional service that the county might need.
That's where we'll pay, that will go towards the contract negotiations with the labor unions?
This year.
This year.
And unless it continues into next year, and then it would go for next year too.
Now at the bottom of that page is dues and memberships, $30,000. I noticed as I went through quickly during lunch that most of the elected officials and other department heads who are professionals, if you will, in the sense that they perform services, all have their own dues numbers. And if the clerk and the tax collector and the assessor and the surveyor and the sheriff all belong to professional associations or statewide associations of people holding their position, why are we paying another $30,000 to belong to organizations that just, I'm not sure, you know, I know it's nice to belong to the AOC and stuff, but, you know, I had a taxpayer today tell me that when her budget went short, these are the things she starts cutting. She cuts memberships, she cuts subscriptions, she cuts travel. And if we're going to represent the taxpayers in this tough year, it seems to me that we ought to apply the same standard that they apply, and we shouldn't be funding those things. We can do without them until we figure out how we're going to pay for them.
Commissioner Gould.
I have one thing on the AOC dues. I got an email, and part of the AOC dues are mandatory, and then there were several other categories that were non-mandatory. And possibly we need to look at the non-mandatory things. And that was significant.
Excuse me, Carl King, are you suggesting that state law makes it mandatory that we belong to the AOC?
No, no, no. If you were going to belong to the AOC, there were certain subsections that were non-mandatory.
Excuse me, Tom Brand here. I think, do we not get some insurance through them and membership is required?
No.
Okay.
I think I'll let Carl finish.
I'm through.
May I?
Yes, Commissioner Hodgson.
This subject of the large dues, and this is the large ones here, but still unidentified. Okay. That came up last year, and we had a lot of discussion on that. Personally, regardless of whether this committee approves to pay those or not, I think those large dues should be identified. When I say large, we're talking about $10,000+ for dues for an association. To me, that's a large number that should be identified. A $50 or a $100 or something, on many of the departments have, is another issue, but they still identify them and at least break them out as typically as far as dues and subscriptions. But I think these two large ones, and I think that is just two here. It's the Association of Oregon Counties, I believe, and the Association of O&C Counties. I think they should be identified because they're so large. Then we can decide, do we want to approve them or not. If I could jump back to clear up I think two things on the $100,000, which was what, line item 17, the other materials and services. Now, I had spoken to Louise some time ago on the $60,000 that she's talking about, and that's just one, topic, line item topic. We can't go back, but it never should have happened. Okay, but my point here though is that when I mentioned that initially, I'd understood that it was going to be in this fiscal year, not in next fiscal year. We talked specifically that it would be in this fiscal year.
Yes, sir. I'm saying that out of that $100,000 this year, we will probably be using $60,000 of it.
So
next year, that $100,000 is a contingency type line item in case something like that happens or something else happens.
Okay, but we're not. But this is for the proposed 2017-18.
Yes, I'm just saying that this year we are going to use a good portion of the $100,000 that's budgeted in this line item.
Okay, but it's budgeted for the last fiscal year.
For this fiscal year, this year.
This fiscal year that we're in now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm clear. I wasn't clear the way that was being discussed.
Carl King, so you're saying the $107,677 in the column under the adopted budget this year, that's going to take care of that $60,000?
It's going to have to. We have no place else to go for that money.
And then we got to worry about having another hit like that next year.
If it is a contingency type line item, it's not very much for a $57 million budget of those things that can happen in a county that are unforeseen circumstances.
Okay, but can I go to your $57,000 budget?
Sure.
Can we have a line item?
I'm sorry?
My apologies. We have a line item reference each time so we can follow.
That's a good idea. I am not talking to a line item right now. I'm talking to a comment.
Okay.
And
the total budget was
I think when you say $57 million and a contingency of 100,000, is that really an accurate apples to apples categorization?
That money is not just for the general fund. That money is for transfers also, could be transfers to other funds if they are needed. The $60,000 we're talking about this year is to another fund. So we'll have to go to the board, move that to a transfer line item, and then do the transfer this year.
But when we're talking throwing that big number out, you're talking all of these other tax districts that pass through here. Is that correct? Is included in the budget? Or not?
No, sir.
If I could, Carl King, I agree with Mr. Brand that the $57 million includes the $28 million in the road reserve.
Right.
Yes.
We're talking about, to me, a reserve or a contingency on a budget is what is the likelihood that some of these numbers that we're adopting to be spent in the next year won't be sufficient to cover our costs? So I think we really should be comparing 100,000 plus all the other contingencies that are in here to the $7 or $8 million that we're going to spend, and not to all of these reserves that are not going to be spent. So I think, Mr. Chairman, you have a point, but, you know, again, I now at least understand that there's nothing thought about for that $100,000. Now, we hear things about a problem up north at the lake, Flores Lake. Is that a problem that 100,000 might need to be spent to solve?
If that is the desire of the Board of Commissioners to use that contingency line item to cover those type of costs, then yes, that could certainly be used for that.
Before we go any further, and I have some questions that I'd like to come to.
Yes, sir.
We are going to have to, as a group, come up with a method for dealing with these in the actual budget process. Are we going to do them by funds? Are we going to say, are we going to vote and deal with them now? Are we going to try to remember? You know, we're talking about some changes to the budget as presented. How are we going to go about handling that? Are we going to work that into our process? Commissioner Oxley?
I would suggest that on large things like this, that we deal with it now. I don't know how the accountant would feel, but I think otherwise to say that we're going to remember, nobody is going to remember all
Do we
the
need a
things.
motion? Do we have some agreement? Kind of.
Amongst the members
Yes,
of
amongst
the
us, are
committee
we
member,
going to
budget
deal
committee
with these
members,
now?
I would
you wanna make a
motion that
motion
we
on
would deal with them now versus later.
Concurrently, as opposed to come back to them.
Correct.
I'll second that.
A second?
Excuse me, go ahead.
Any discussion?
I think this is a good idea.
I just have one point, Sam Gaffo. Yeah, I have no trouble with handing things as we go along, but not to preclude that at the end, we might need to go back and
Yes, sir.
clean things up. I mean, if there's something that's glaring, certainly.
So the intent then, if I understand, is to do them concurrently so they don't get lost, but not to say that this is rigid. It's a flexible budget until the final approval.
Yes, sir.
Do we agree on that?
Agreed.
Are you
All right, should we vote?
agreed on that?
All in favor?
Well, what's the?
I'm sorry,
what's
the vote
motion?
is,
What's the motion?
the motion is, do you want to state it or do you want me to summarize?
Well, we could have a commissioner, any commissioner, or any member could motion.
I thought yours was a motion.
Well, I thought so too.
And
but
it got a
we
second?
did-
Well, in the interest of further discussion, you know,
Yes,
obviously we have more than we have our.
We have a consensus.
There's nothing
Okay,
there's nothing
we have
legally that would prevent
consensus
any
to
member
move
from
forward
making a
with that
motion
understanding.
at any time.
All right.
You know, that's, I don't even know why we need a motion for this.
Just go with consensus.
Anyone that got a wild idea and made a motion, you know.
Then
This
let's
is
just
more
say
like
we
a,
have,
this is
we
more
have
like an
agreement
etiquette.
amongst the committee members to do it. Okay.
So we're all agreement that we're going to deal with this before we go on to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
I have some questions.
Sir.
I have to go back to something that I'm just not sure where it is, what it relates to. But Commissioner Huxley, you were mentioning something that had a $49,000 future. Yes, I believe.
Page number?
Yes.
Page
Commissioner
number?
West?
Did you reference a page number? I'm sorry.
I can't.
Okay.
I was lost.
question?
You were talking about something that had to do with.
$40,000.
Oh, that was my, and I was going to come back to that. That was my, the proposals that I'd received, and I explained the conversations I'd had some months back with the county accountant. It was not in as a specific line item in the budget, and that was my hope that that this committee would approve allocating approximately $40,000 for this study by an outside state entity or agency to look at the viability of a county consolidation, county structure, in the coming fiscal year. So it would be part of this fiscal year's budget.
So it would fit in under the topic, the general topic that Ms. Kallstrom is talking about now?
I
We
think it
deal
would.
with
It would
now
fit
or
in under,
later?
could it fit in under other materials and services, if that's what you mean? Is that what you mean, or?
Well, yes, I want to know where we're going to act on it.
I would like to see it somewhere, either professionals, I would say, I might call it more professional services. But it's a standalone, it's a large number, it's a standalone. It should be identified just as Brant Media was identified for 20,000. I'd like to see that identified.
Councilor Huddle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John Huddle. And last year, I think what happened was the county accountant presented the budget, the first budget that's presented. And then I think when they came back, they presented the budget with the changes. And what I've heard is so far you're talking about other materials and services, breaking that out into perhaps some identified component parts. And also, I think Tom Huxley mentioned breaking out dues and memberships into its larger component parts. And I'm just wondering if the county accountant is, it's, when you talk about, Commissioner Scaffo said anyone can make a motion anytime. What I've seen so far are comments and remarks and, wishes of individual members, but I think for direction for the county accountant, at some point, really a motion and a direction, as Mr. Scaffo pointed out, would be appropriate if other than just, I'd like to see this or I'd like to see that. So I think that's the best way to do it.
When we get to actually moving funds around like that.
Sure, or even identifying subcategories of some of these larger things. So if the county accountant is going to come back with something, I think she needs clear direction from the budget committee, not just a desire of each individual committee member.
Thank you.
Well, what I would make as a motion now is that there be a line item added of $40,000 for these professional services to study the structure of county government, which I think is what Mr. Huxley is talking about. I would reduce other materials and services to $90,000, and to keep this budget item, this group page balance, I would delete membership dues in the entirety. And we then will have the same dollars going out. I think it's more important to have a study of structure of our county than it is to belong to other organizations at this point in time. And I'll make that as a motion.
Is there a second? Okay, I'll second it.
How about I would almost second it, because I'm not so sure getting rid of all the memberships would be a good idea. I'm certainly for efficiency. And I know we could get rid of a significant amount of the memberships if I went back into my emails to find out how much of that AOC was mandatory to be a member versus extra stuff.
If I may.
Because that was like about a $17,000 total for us.
If I thought that the elected officials who need to consult with what's happening in other counties were relying upon the AOC membership to provide that resource, I might agree with that. But again, I quickly go through here, and the county clerk pays dues in both halves of her budget to, I assume, to belong to professional organizations. The treasurer pays dues. The tax collector pays dues. The surveyor pays dues, the sheriff pays dues and memberships, juvenile pays dues and memberships, the veterans agent has them, and economic development has dues and memberships. So if
Finance has them.
Finance has them, and so if and I understand, I've sat, and I understand what it is to go out to a listserv of other county attorneys and say, here's an issue we're confronting in Curry County, how do you deal with it? Because I know Mr. Herbage did it when he was here, and I believe Mr. Huddle does it. That's a great resource. But belonging to the AOC or the O&C county organizations just because they like to get our dues, we can't afford it anymore. We simply can't afford it. And I don't think we get, you know, you can go on their website and read half the stuff that's of interest to us. You don't have to belong.
Commissioner Boyce.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we want to have a study on the structure of county government and essentially how we do business here at the expense of AOC and ONC. Because that I agree with Commissioner Huxley that that's our two primary dues that we do. I can just give you one example of ONC. They're battling on the 6% sequestration. The county share on that is $56,000. And they have a very good chance of winning that. They have a very good chance of winning the litigation on the harvest, amount of harvest allowed. I would just be incredibly, if nothing else, could we postpone this till tomorrow, that I can give you, also back to Commissioner Gold's analysis breakdown of the AOC dues and what that is involving. I'll just give you one quick example. The AOC now, the extent they're helping us with the Sudden Oak Death Task Force, the amount of effort and time they're putting in, and this is a disease that is quarantined in Curry County, and what it could do to our timber, our private timberlands, homeowners, the fire risk that we're dealing with. So no, Mr. King, I could not possibly support your motion right now, especially if it's to have a study that we have the professionals in this county that if we recruit them, they can do the same thing for free. And some of them are probably even in this room.
If I may.
Thank you.
Briefly.
Excuse me also, following this, there was a gentleman in the back that wanted to speak. So, and I know your back's turned to him. So after that, we didn't forget you.
Commissioner Boyce has already answered my question.
Oh, okay.
Make one more comment. They're going to do that whether we pay them dues or not. You know, if I have a client come into me and say, somebody's litigating an issue that I have an interest in, and they want me to contribute to the fees, but I'm going to get the benefit whether I do that or not. Now, I don't think my client's going to contribute to the fees. I think we get those benefits regardless of doing that. I have no problem waiting and seeing, having more information, but there's just, you know, there's no reason to pay them.
Could we break up the motion and just have,
well,
because ONC, I'd like to know exactly how much we're paying to each one before I.
We can vote on this tomorrow. There's
Okay.
no reason to do it today. I just think it's important that we confront these issues because our taxpayers want to hear about how
Oh,
we're
and I
spending
totally
the money.
agree, but I think we need to know exactly how much we're paying in memberships to each organization.
Sounds like tabling, but you were next. Did you raise your hand?
I think I was either going to try to recognize the speaker or, again, mention that it did sound like you could continue this for till tomorrow.
Commissioner Huxley.
I think this comment that Commissioner Boyce made, you know, at the expense of, that would not be at the expense of, and you would not get the same, you know, from going to an outside recognized state group that does these types of studies and evaluations. Number two, again, this is over $30,000 for these two associations. I think one was
19.
One was 16 or 14, or I think it's about 34 or so for the two. That's from memory, but it consumes the 30,000, and the lion's share of that is required if you're going to have, as they say, if you're going to have a voting rights, I think
That was it
is what
on
it
the
was.
AOC.
Yeah, if you're going to have voting rights.
Not all counties.
So-
I think there might be 6 counties that don't belong on just off the top
Oh,
of my head.
I'm not sure how many, but I think more are looking, or at least I've heard talk, you know, as far as we can't afford it.
Yeah. So if it's okay, perhaps we can get more information on that topic and your topic, and come back to this, then now we have to come up with a mechanism to make sure that we do come back with that. Can you help us with that?
Can I make a point of order? We've had two motions with 2 seconds. We've had discussion on each. We haven't disposed of either properly. We haven't retracted them. We haven't tabled. You know, they're just two dangling, perfectly legitimate motions. And for the policy wonk out there, somebody's going to catch us on that.
Right, good point.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Huxley, how do we do the tabling your motion?
Well, you could just, what's the term?
Withdraw.
Retract your motion. Now, I'm not sure, what was your, Carl,
I
yours was?
included your 40,000 in my motion, so.
In the motion to, you know.
Add 40,000 for your purposes.
And remove the 30,000, and then change the 100 to 90. So there was 3 different things there.
But I'll table that motion.
Or just table it or just
Withdraw it.
remove?
If I need to withdraw it, I'll withdraw it. If we could vote to table it.
Withdrawing it is very clean, as
Yeah.
long as somebody remembers to pick it up
I won't.
tomorrow.
And just as a reminder, the person that made the motion can retract it, but the person that seconded it would have to agree.
Who did
And
second?
I think
I
Tom
agree.
did.
Commissioner Scaffo, are you satisfied? You mentioned 2 perfectly good motions. Were you referring to
The first one being,
Huxley's for the 40 and then King incorporated that? Or?
no, there was
No,
one before that.
There was one this morning
No,
that
there was-
never went through.
There was, well, there might have been, but there was one just here after lunch.
I'm drawing a blank.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Huxley's
the one
comments.
about the etiquette, the one whether we were going to entertain motions.
Oh, and we talked about consensus
Yeah,
and
I know that was
instead.
motioned
Okay.
and seconded.
Yeah, yeah.
And then died. But it
That's
didn't
true.
die for a lack of second, it died just because we got tired.
I seconded that motion, so I'm in agreement with it. We decided to come to a consensus, and everybody seemed to be in agreement with that.
We
on
were
that
okay.
particular motion.
That
We
was the,
seconded Mr. King's
To
motion.
make these decisions on a case-by-case
right.
basis as we go. Well, could we just, was it motion and second? Could we just vote on it?
Right.
Good,
and
yeah.
Let's
I-
just,
Sure, and I think
let's repeat the motion and the second, just so there's no question.
What was your thought?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, John Huddle. I think Commissioner Scaffo brought it to, the committee's attention that the motion was almost unnecessary during deliberations, and that any member of the Budget Committee could make a motion at any time, and didn't need a motion to allow people to make motions. I think more or less was what the logic was there. So then it never got put to a vote. It just died from discussion. If you want to vote on it, or if the people who made that motion about, do we do these serially or what have you, you could just, whoever made that motion, I think it was Commissioner Huxley, could withdraw it, and the second was, okay, then, and I think Commissioner Boyce was happy withdrawing his, and if the chair, or Mr. Huxley wanted to withdraw the motion, then that one is resolved, I think, acceptably. And then the second one was a motion, we were just talking about Mr. King's motion on the change to the budget that he has volunteered to table or to withdraw, and I think the second did too. So, Mr. Huxley, I think it's up to you to withdraw your earlier
So
motion.
I'll withdraw the motion
Okay.
to have us as a committee agree to make these changes as we go in the discussions. To address
Generally.
changes to the budget as we go on a topic by topic basis. I'll withdraw that motion. And then it was seconded
Commissioner Boyce.
by Commissioner Boyce or
Nope, and I already took care of the business there. It said I would, yes.
Okay, well
okay, so
then
you
I
withdraw that.
have to
Yes, sir.
confess that I'm rudderless.
So I guess
I want to know,
why?
I want to know when we vote, when we ask for or get motions, are we going to process them during the discussion on the fund, or are we going to come back to them? I hear you saying we were going to,
I think we vacillated back and forth between a motion and a vote, or just consensus on that one.
Let's
make it a motion.
I think,
Yes.
Make it a
consensus
motion,
would
yes.
suffice on something like that, or a motion, either or.
If I may, Carl King, I thought we decided we would take votes as we went along with the understanding that we would come back could come back and revisit them at the end of the day when we're trying to make sure we have a budget that works.
And I thought we voted on it, so to speak.
No, point of order.
No, there was never a
I don't think
vote.
you voted on, but I think, again, Sam Scaffold's point was because anyone in a deliberative body can make a motion about anything at any time, you didn't have to have a motion that you could make a motion to do things in a particular way. Someone could just make a motion to do something and you could decide an actual action versus a process that already exists in the abstract. I think we're beating this to death. And
Yes.
Sam Scaffold might kind of
That's exactly right.
Yeah, okay.
So we've withdrawn that motion.
Right, so, Mr. Chair, the idea of handling items serially and then coming back and comparing them, you don't need a motion to allow yourself to do that. You have that power inherently, and therefore the motion was withdrawn. So if any one of the Budget Committee members wants to make a motion on any item at any time, they can simply, they have the inherent authority to make a motion.
Thank you.
Okay. So both motions have been withdrawn.
Correct.
Back to square one.
Yep, so you're back to, don't vote on business, question for the budget officer.
You,
Louise Kallstrom, I was just going to try to clarify that even though that motion was withdrawn, you still had the consensus to do what you were talking about, so.
just fumbling around here in some area. All right, I had a couple other questions on your discussion. The cable TV franchise fee. Carl talked to that.
Is that page 5?
That's page 5. Line 5.
Mm-hmm.
On general fund, yes. It's my understanding that the headings on the left side of the page are actual amounts. They're to be actual amounts. They're not budgeted amounts. Is that correct? In other words, on line 5, we have nothing.
There were the fees for cable franchise were in a different fund prior to this year's budget. So there's nothing, the first two columns are fiscal year 14-15 actual numbers, and the second column is 15-16 actual numbers, and the third column is 16-17, this current year adopted budget.
Yes, I've got it.
Okay, so, yeah.
A question about how does a co-op pay? Why is that number gone up? Is that based on property value? Is that based on revenue?
I would have to look up what the state is, what we're collecting for what's called electric co-op. I don't know much of that background on that.
Next question, line 7. There's 60,000 adopted in the budget. There's 0 for this year. Is that something that's been moved? That's the grants, federal. And the question is, what happened to that money? Did it get spent?
All federal grants, like that line 7, that grant is now budgeted in Fund 250, and Fund 250 starts on page 177.
Yes, you spoke to that earlier.
Nope. Come on. What?
Well, a member of the audience wants me to zoom in, but I will if we are discussing certain items then, but mostly then I have to keep moving up and down and stuff, so while I'm discussing a budget, it's really hard to keep paying attention to what you can see or not see.
Page 6, line 7, $38,000 in dog licenses fees. Is that really?
That's a pass-through. If you look at that line, 38,000, and go back up to revenue on line 6, that's the where we received the $38,000 in dog licenses, and then we send the money to, I believe, called pennies for
Penny
pooches.
for pooches, yeah.
For those dollars, it's a pass-through for the county. Used to be its own department, but when it came to the parts, when we go through, I believe it's in the sheriff's departments, when we go through those departments, you'll see that it became such a pass-through that we were just receiving there, that I believe last year they moved that department to non-departmental just to record that pass-through.
Okay. Line 14, general liability insurance, we've gone from $60,000 to $5,000. And the next line, $850 for property insurance to $2,000.
Yes, sir. I discussed that earlier. In our, for some reason, and I don't know the history of it, they had large numbers budgeted there. I've discussed it. Like I said, there are budgets throughout the county in different departments for general liability insurance and the property insurance, which is spread by the finance department when we get our bill, according to a formula. I've seen the spreadsheet, but it's allocated out to the departments. Sometimes it gets allocated to a department that it really doesn't belong to, and I caught one of those this year and said, there's no reason that this actual fund is paying this kind of insurance. And so we reversed it out, but we still have to cost that somewhere, so this is where it would get costed if that happens. And it does happen, and I know it happened this year, but it certainly doesn't happen to the tune of $60,000 or $80,500, so I brought those down quite a bit.
So the budgeted amount, do we have a monthly report that says how much is in there still? Back to line 14, of the 60,000, you said really 5,000 was adequate.
That is a guesstimate of what could happen when you do that allocation every year. This year it was about, and I'd have to look at the numbers, but we did have to fix one of them, and it was a couple of $1,000s.
You have budget material that's monthly, is that correct? It shows a percentage of the amount allocated that's been spent or remaining?
Yes, sir.
Are we going to get the benefit of that if we ask for it? Is it easy to come by?
It's on our common drive. It's posted on our internet. It's posted, I believe, at the libraries.
I think it's on the internet.
Is it posted
The
on our
revenue
bulletin
and
board right out here?
Expenses, I may be on a hard copy, but
Well,
it's,
I'll have to ask Sina, but she's told me before where all the places that the county does provide that financial statements on a monthly basis.
I think he's talking about the revenue and expense report.
Yes, that's
because-
the financial statements on a monthly basis.
Yeah.
And that on the internal hard drives, but not available
No, Sina
externally.
sends it out externally. I'd have to ask her exactly where she sends it. I know she said something about libraries, and I'm not sure where else she sends it.
Speaking for myself, it seems like I'm always behind the curve because these numbers are quite arbitrary. They don't tell me actuals, and if I were to see that number, that 60,000, for instance, actually that was mental health, that was some other one. That had been used up and you had to draw some other funds, I'd look at that differently than if it was way over budgeted last year, this current year.
It's way over budgeted this current year.
Okay, so the excess is going to go where? And how do we follow that in this process?
I'm not sure what excess, I'm not sure what excess you're talking about. If it's budgeted this year for $60,000 and we don't use anything of it, it becomes part of the carryover into next year.
All right,
Yes.
that answers, that's an automatic thing.
And I am looking at a spreadsheet that kind of has 10-year history, and a couple of years ago, there was actually $16,000 that went into that fund. The year before that, or against those two line items, the year before that, there was $3,200, and the year before that was almost $8,000. So there is sometimes there's adjustments on that property insurance that I'm not sure what those adjustments were, and it could be that the individual department budgets were not large enough for an increase in property insurance, and the excess went here. I would have to ask. I don't know the history.
Councilor Huddle?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Right outside the door on the bulletin board are several printouts showing some current financial statuses of lots of accounts. Maybe during the break, if you looked at those, that might help answer your question. I think if you're asking what actually have we spent out of this line item, I think it might be on one of those forms outside, probably posted.
I'm trying to look for as many tools as I can to be used as an outsider who doesn't know the customs and the routines, and playing this role responsibly. And it strikes me that that would be a response that would be helpful, but I don't know how to integrate it into this process.
Yes, sir. The way I looked at it when I put those two numbers down was in my budgeting spreadsheet, my worksheet that I built a budget in. I have 10 years of actual history. Actually, I have 11 because of the way I copied it over. And I have a 10-year average, and then I have this year's budget, a year-to-date column for, and then another column to estimate the rest of the year out. So I have an estimated full year by June 30th of this year of what should be have spent in that line item. And I'm looking at those two line items, the general liability insurance and the property insurance. And like I said, I know we used a couple of thousand of it this year. It's not in this spreadsheet because it was after I did these costs. And in fact, I found it while I was working with those budgets worksheets. I found that where that got posted into where it shouldn't have been, and it was repaired. But when I look at what I'm going to put in a budget line, I look at several things. I look at a history. I look at what's been done this year so far. And I also look at what I think will happen in the future, if there's any special circumstances for that line item. So in this line item, I made a educated guess that we would probably just looking at what the history was and what happened this year, need about a total of about $7,000 in these two line items. And that is not a solid figure. So if you want to reduce that figure to nothing, that's fine. But then
my question was more to process than
yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think it's pretty close. I'm going to go back to the general revenue and expense report on the monthly report that we can get, and we can certainly get you the most current copies. Okay, it would be on page 3 of that report, and I'm just comparing the account numbers. And on the 60, which was budgeted, it's insurance liability general. It says that the correct chart of account number. The amount that was budgeted, the year-to-date, this is through March, so this is 75%. The year-to-date is about $2,750 actual. So, and there was 500 in the period of March. So I think probably the 5,000 is pretty.
Yeah, I kind of based it on what happened this
pretty
year.
Pretty close, but that's actual.
With a correction.
And that would be on page 3 of this March report. I don't know if that helps, but.
Commissioner Gould, and then
let me just point out that budgeting is kind of like
the plan.
I shouldn't say fortune telling, but you're trying to project into the future, and I think Louise is doing the best she can by looking at historical figures and estimating the best she can. So I'd have to agree with the method she's using because we never know for sure what it's going to be.
Thanks.
Yeah, not 2 minutes, like 2 hours.
Carl King, I am overwhelmed with pleasure with the job that the accountant has done this year. She has uncovered problems that have obviously existed in the bookkeeping and the accounting of the county for many, many years. It would be now that we're in May, through April would be 2/3 of the year. That it'd be very helpful to be able to take home and look at when there isn't a good ball game on TV. Those numbers as we prepare for the next day of hearings. It's not perfect, but it is a pretty good idea to know, seeing what was budgeted last year has no relationship with what was spent last year necessarily, or this year, year to date. Because I remember sitting in these hearings last year, and for the first time, I think the members of the Board of Commissioners learned that one of the budgets they were responsible for had already been overspent for the second year in a row. And I think you need to know that as we're doing this. We can't solve those problems maybe during a budget hearing, but we really need to know what's been happening.
Yes, sir. What I know is posted right now is through March. April usually gets posted about this time. My assistant who posts that has actually been working on this budget document. So I do not know if April is ready to be posted, but we certainly have through March.
That would be helpful.
Okay, we'll get you those.
It's an easy calculation to expand it out to what the
I'll
year's
tell-
likely to be.
I'll tell her at break to get those printed out and handed out to everybody.
Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think most people in this room have become a fan of Accountant Kallstrom. But correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. King, I just heard you say that there are accounting discrepancies for many, many years?
Well, every time there have been.
I don't want you to try and be specific. I just want to make sure that I understood that that's what you believe. And I'm going to ask you to, I don't know what we gain by that.
Well, I think I'm praising where we are and the fact that we got to
We have agreement there.
keep it moving. But, I think we have to face reality. We're in a position where we are because things haven't quite been done the right way for many, many years here, which is why we're in the New York Times this week. And we need to fix that as quickly as possible.
We have a disagreement there, but we'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments on this fund?
We also have agreement there, but we can move on.
All right.
Thank
Let's
you,
move on to the next
Commissioner.
fund then.
Okay, so are we done with non-departmental?
Well, let's poll the group. Are there any motions pending on changes on this budget?
From a selfish standpoint, I would like to see if we could take that one for the review for 40,000 as a separate item and entertain just a motion for that.
Okay, I'll second it. You were first on discussion.
Okay. And I have, explained it. I really have no.
So where are you
further
going to take the
discussion.
40,000 from?
From the 100.
Okay.
And assign it a separate line item, just as we do for professional services for Brant Media, or I think as we should do for any other larger standalone professional services. But
Any other discussion?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Discussion on that. This goes way back, obviously. This should be clear, this is to study the structure of our government, of our county government. Is that what the...
to structure, to come in, to interview, to look at, current
So
org
it'll be-
charts, to make.
It'll be contracted.
Oh, yes, absolutely, by the Hatfield Group under the Portland State University or the LPGI Group.
Or forbid.
Well, here's what I'd like to say about that. We've had things like the Curry County Citizens Committee. They've made recommendations. They studied structure, among other things. That was facilitated by the Association of Oregon Counties. And for better or for worse, they do know how the counties of Oregon are structured and what the alternatives are and what the options are, advantages and disadvantages. Recommendations were made. There's been a ballot measure for a charter, perfectly fine, and that didn't pass. I just wonder what else do we think we're going to learn that we don't already know about how we could possibly structure this government. I think it's $40,000 that's wasted, and and frankly, Carl, I think you're just going back and trying to. You have a personal thing on this, and you want to budget county money to have another look at it from a different angle. I don't for the life of me see what anybody hopes to learn more than we already know about this.
Any other comments?
I assume, Sam, you mean I have a personal point of view as to what ought to happen.
Yes.
Not that I have any personal
No,
interest.
certainly not. Certainly no economic gain. But yeah. But I think that you become personally attached to this, and I think you might want to reword the charter. Maybe it'll fetch more votes. I'm not against restructuring at all, but I am against $40,000 thrown in a hole.
Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you. I like the lively discussion. I think this is beneficial. I really believe that. There may be a good principle behind a Portland State University study, or perhaps an entity that we can put that out for bid and not any one particular. But I'm going to oppose the measure until we, and I think Commissioner Gold has a very good point here, until we really evaluate what the $30,000 in, I think I have a pretty good idea, but I'd like to know more about the dues memberships. And so I'm going to encourage everyone on this motion to consider also tabling that in conjunction with the dues and memberships analysis.
I don't think the dues and membership was part of the motion, was it?
No.
Yes, but originally we were talking about exchanging the $40,000 for the $30,000 membership.
No.
That's what
I was
Carl's
just
getting.
balancing the numbers.
Okay. So did I misunderstand that?
I wasn't saying one independent, had both.
But you said in its entirety with the $30,000 views. So maybe I misunderstood.
I think they were combined, but they were separate, entirely separate.
And 40,000, if I may conclude, I'm sorry. Yeah, 40,000 is a lot of money, and we have that information. In fact, Commissioner Gold has referenced it a couple of times. I have copies in my office right now I could get for everybody on that 2000, I think it was 2013, that Commissioner Scaffel mentioned. And it is some very good information.
It was definitely different than that. I sat on that group, and I guess one of my points here is we have no problem of approving, because we have to, 60,000 for things that never should have happened, but we get, but 40,000, that's another issue. So I think sometimes we're penny wise and dollar foolish.
Could we?
Sorry.
I just want to consolidate what this really is. This is like an efficiency study, would you say?
It
How we
is to
could
assess the
become
county
more
government organization
efficient.
and propose recommendations for organizational reforms and program efficiencies. That's in one sentence. That's what one term did.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to boil it down to one word,
Yes.
2 words
Yes.
maybe.
Council Huddle.
Oh, thanks. I feel like Commissioner Boyce had the floor, and then some other councilors were recognized while he was still at the floor.
That's
but-
my fault. I apologize.
That's okay.
Didn't intend that.
No worries. Thank you, though, Council Huddle.
All right.
No worries.
Are we ready to vote? All those in favor of approving the 40,000? say
Aye.
Aye.
Raise hands, please. 1, 2, 3. Those.
It might make sense to go to a roll call vote in these circumstances. And usually then the roll call is called by the clerk of the board, which would be John Jesuit. If he's, I don't mean to put him on the spot, but are you prepared to go through the roll? Sure. Okay, so we're just doing roll call vote. You just call the roll and see how they vote.
The motion I have is take $40,000 for a study of professional services by either Hatfield Group or Portland State University. That's what we're voting on.
Well, if I could,
maybe
it's
not
not
to
that
name.
specific.
Yeah.
You don't have to include, it's basically out of other materials and services 100,000, just to create from that a line item of 40, leaving a balance of 60 undefined. It is not tied to a dues and membership change, if I understood
Correct. Just
Tom Huxley
to
when he made the
professional
motion.
services.
Right, it was other materials and services to identify 40 of that for an efficiency study, I think is a fair thing, as Commissioner Gold said, and then just to vote on that, and that would just change only one line
Correct.
item, other materials and services. The budget would be balanced. Dues and subscription would be for another time. So.
Okay, so that's kind of different than what I was expecting, what I was thinking. I thought it was an additional 40, but okay.
Is that,
No.
did
Yes,
I
it is
rephrase it
additional.
correctly? Okay, good.
That was my thought.
It wasn't an additional.
My understanding.
No. Correct.
So then there's more to it. There's something's adding, there's 40 going up
Where's it
somewhere and there's 40 coming off somewhere.
Right, from line item, from what I understand, and this was Tom Huxley's motion, on line item 17 on, I don't have the page number here, but it's
Page
the
6.
resources, thank you. It says other materials and services has got just a general budget line item of $100,000. Tom Huxley is proposing to put 40,000 of that as professional services efficiency study, and that would be contracted later, so you don't say who it's to.
Correct.
Right.
And then other materials and services would go down 60. The budget would balance, and it wouldn't be a trade-off with dues and memberships. And dues and memberships, you all would talk about tomorrow after. I think, and then again, Commissioner Boyce's point, I think, was if we talk about dues and memberships and the benefits of those, we may not need it to budget for an efficiency study, but again, you can always revisit this tomorrow if that point's made, I think. So.
Well, now, what would be the difference if the $100,000 were to stay where it was? I mean, why couldn't it be used for an efficiency study?
It could, but I think what I'm hearing from some of the members of the Budget Committee, and that might be part of what this vote is about, is that for larger ticket items, they would like to see a line item established for a large ticket item so that you don't just have large pools in an item. And again, I'm just rephrasing from what I've heard, and I think that might be part of what's undergirding the motion here. So if that helps the board or the committee reach a vote here on this item.
Did you have something you wanted to add to that?
No, sir, it is a motion that still keeps the proposed budget in balance, and that's my main concern.
All right.
And then we're ready for the roll call.
Yes. Okay, roll call. Chairman Huxley.
He's not the chair, but I can be
Chairman Brand.
Aye.
Okay, and then Vice Chair King.
Aye.
Commissioner Scapel.
No.
Chairman Huxley.
No, I'm not the chair, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Aye.
Okay. And Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Commissioner Boyce.
No.
Carried 4-2.
Yes.
Break.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're 10 minutes past our break. Let's take 15.
I'm glad you're keeping us on.
And it's only 11:45 in the morning.
Let's take 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
2:30.
See?
than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us in our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected. The Marketplace Fairness Act would enable states and localities to collect existing, already owed taxes. It would also level the playing field between many internet retailers who don't collect sales taxes and Main Street businesses that do. County governments provide support services to federal public lands, touching 700 million annual visitors. We lead search and rescue operations, fight fires, protect the public's health, and maintain roads. Federal lands cover nearly 1/3 of the U.S. and impact 69% of counties. Because federal land is exempt from local property taxes, counties depend on PILT, the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, to provide essential services. The Secure Rural Schools program provides assistance to rural counties and school districts affected by the decline in revenue from timber harvests on federal land. Decisions to cut or delay funding both programs undermine our ability to provide services and maintain public lands. Our intergovernmental partnerships don't end with legislation because counties also implement and comply with federal and state regulations. When considering environmental protections, we know our communities and care deeply about the environment. We need a stronger voice in shaping common-sense regulations that protect communities while also promoting economic growth. This is why NACO secured significant improvements to FEMA's flood insurance program and is pushing back on the waters of the U.S. proposed rule. Our message: federal policies matter to county government, and county government matters to America. Every level of government must work together to shape policies that improve the quality of life for all Americans. Whether it's building and maintaining infrastructure, providing essential services, or fostering economic growth, counties are on the front line serving their citizens. NACO stands ready to work with the administration and Congress to make our nation's communities healthier, safer, and more vibrant places to live and work.
See Allison at lunch today? I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna text Allison. Hey, hold up, Matt's calling me. Hey, we got the food and we're on our way right now. Hey, who's coming, bro?
Counties matter. Counties serve nearly every American every day. Urban, suburban, and rural, counties work with states, the federal government, and other public and private partners to keep our communities healthy, vibrant, and safe. Whether you're commuting to work or shipping goods around the globe, counties matter. Counties own and maintain 45% of the nation's roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. And we're involved in nearly 1/3 of public airports and transit systems. Counties matter when Americans need us the most. Counties matter because we support smart, fair, and effective criminal justice systems. We help fund police and sheriff's departments. We own and operate local jails, 911 call centers, and mental health facilities. Counties create healthy communities. We invest more than $80 billion in hospitals and medical services each year. Counties matter because we invest in the lives of residents of all ages, improving their quality of life where they live and work. Counties are the building blocks of state, regional, and national economies. We support housing, recreation, and economic development. And we do so much more. From issuing birth certificates to administering elections, counties employ more than 3.5 million people. In total, we invest more than $500 billion in our residents and our communities every year. Counties provide essential services we all depend on every day. That's why counties matter.
How many letters? 5 letters. Just think about, what am I doing right now? Smile. Smile? Uh-huh. This is so easy.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Myself as chairman.
Yeah, I just picked her up.
Yeah, but it wasn't from me. Oh, you know what? It was. But that was this was, okay. So that was one of the very first meeting where I just.
Find that email where it broke down the fees.
Okay.
What's the New York Times article about?
Yeah, that's correct.
that Southern Oregon people aren't willing to pay for what they want, and it starts with Douglas County closing all its libraries, and then immediately jumps over here and it quotes Renee.
I'm wondering if, I was thinking there are two approaches. One would be to get the information and vote from that. And the other would be to zip it all and get all out from people affected and learn from that.
What was interesting was
See
the
what I'm saying?
800 and some comments posted on their website at the Times. Frankly, most of them were, if they're not willing to pay for services.
I'm going to guess that the ONC is, well, I don't know. I'm not going to say. I shouldn't say.
Let's go.
Okay.
So you're thinking there's not going to be anything new
I
that you'll be able to
have someone sent it. People back east sent it to me, knowing I'm here.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
it's not bad. It's just that we're running out of money.
Judy?
It was just general fund.
It attributes the last, it doesn't go into the ONC controversy and the spot valve and all that. It doesn't blame the federal government. It just says timber receipts are down. And we don't have enough money to go.
I have from last year.
Are you going to project? So we're
Huh.
now on.
I think so.
These two, so we're
Okay.
going to skip.
Yeah, that's who I dealt with a couple of years ago, and it was a lot of money. I think it's 34,000 because that's shown for the two of them. For the two of them, it's 34 because it's in the March revenue and expenses. That would be a ONC, yeah, and then whoever's the AOC. Yep. Yeah. So back at 253, yeah.
We're ready? All right. Apparently we're going to skip ahead. We're going back kind of on schedule. Sheriff Ward, you're up, please. Or, wait a minute, excuse me, just a second.
Did we get through the finance, payroll and human resources?
I'm sorry?
May I speak?
Yes.
So on the schedule,
Are you on your microphone?
oh, dang it.
Well, maybe it is working.
It's on the floor. It's working fine down there. I'm used to doing this. Okay, so on the schedule, we've made it through the non-departmental presentation. I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more, but right now at the 2:45 hour, sheriff and all of his departments was scheduled, so I think that we should take the rest of mine and work them in as we have time, either tomorrow or after lunch on Wednesday, where we have an open period.
Do you need a motion to that effect?
No, I'm just saying that we'll work those in when we can, and if we don't get them all worked in, we'll be doing them after lunch on Wednesday. But right now, I think we should go to the sheriff since the whole department's here and we need to go forward.
Chair? Tom?
Yes.
That includes the finance then? One?
Yes.
So we have 1, 2, 3,
Finance
4,
/
5,
payroll.
6, 7. 7 line items?
Yeah.
Okay.
Finance / payroll, commissioners, BOC office, grants, Title III, Brookings Airport, and unemployment and PERS.
All right.
Don't you dare pick up that gavel.
Let's, Commissioner Buck.
No, I'm just going to say, Mr. Chair, thank you. That would be my preference to
Any
move
other
forward.
comments on that?
I think that makes total sense.
Yes.
Why waste
Absolutely.
the department's time?
All right, let's
Sitting
move
here.
on. Are you going to go through the budget, or do you want?
That would be Sheriff Ward would present his budget.
All right, we're ready, Sheriff.
Excuse me, do we have a page number?
Yes, we do.
Is there a page?
31.
so-
X will help you at the
Thank you.
front.
Oh, come on. I'll give you a page.
Mine says
It's
92
30.
through 103.
Uh-oh.
No,
On
it's,
31.
Just,
it's,
Yes.
yes. Starting on page 30.
Morning, this is Sheriff Ward. What I'm going to do is kind of give an overview of what we do at the Sheriff's Office. 2 years ago, actually 2.5 years ago, when I took over as a sheriff, only one person was in charge of the budget, and that was passed in, Sheriff Bishop. And I thought it was prudent to make sure that everybody in their own division worked their own budgets, and I have a captain that oversees that as well as I do. When it comes to each division, like the jail, probation, civil, dispatch, they'll have the supervisors of that division answer all your questions. If you have any questions, they'll go over the budget, since they know more about their budget than I do, to tell you the truth. The summary for the 2017-2018, the Curry County Sheriff is the chief law enforcement officer of the county and responsible for providing public safety for all county residents. We patrol 1,627 square miles, including several major waterways, countless back roads. We have just over 22,000 citizens living in our borders. There are three unincorporated cities. There are 3 incorporated cities in the Curry County: Port Orford, Gold Beach, and Brookings, and we provide law enforcement assistance to each of the 3 city police departments. We have several smaller communities to include Agnes, Langlois, Harbor, Nisig Beach, and Ophir, to name a few. Curry County is also known for tourism, with thousands of people visiting and recreation each year. The Sheriff's Office has 9 divisions, including jail, civil, SAR, patrol, parole and probation, emergency services, patrol, marine patrol, forest patrol, and dispatch. The mandated services are the jail, search and rescue, and civil. In dispatch, currently we have 8 communications 911 deputies to cover 24/7, one of which is cross-trained due in the civil process to assist the chief civil deputy for the county. Communications deputies are responsible for handling all regular 911 calls, dispatching first responders, data collection, warrant entry, restraining order entry, records keeping, monitoring custody and control over the jail, providing LEDs and NCIC information for deputies, officers on traffic stops, coordinating with other agencies, providing criminal history, and dispersing criminal reports to the district attorney, and emergency medical dispatching, to name a few. We dispatch for police, fire, and ambulance services. We also notify other city and county services when issues arise. The jail, currently we have 13 corrections deputies, which include 1 corporal and 1 sergeant to cover 24/7. We have experienced high turnover, and we are constantly doing recruitment for and hiring process. The jail is the hub of the Curry County public safety. It's like a mini city in itself, and we house, feed, clothe, provide medical services, and provide counseling and mental health services. There are strict Oregon jail standards and minimum staffing levels that we have to follow. We are in constant state of training and managing liability. The civil, currently we have 1 civil deputy who handles the entire civil process for the county, including subpoenas, writs of assistance, foreclosures, summons, jury petitions, citations, small claims, restraining orders, stalking orders, warrants, evictions, sheriff's sales, concealed handgun license applications, and renewals. The onslaught of concealed handgun applications and renewals this past year alone is enough to keep the 1 civil deputy extremely busy. Patrol, the last budget cycle, we started out with 10 road positions that we were able to fill 9 positions, and working on the 10th when we lost 4 certified deputies in a matter of 4 months. 3 deputies resigned and took a position with Brookings Police Department. where they received higher pay and job security. One deputy took a job at Cooskary Electric for higher pay and job security as well. This left us with 5 road deputies, and we have been unable to fill we were able to fill 2 positions with corrections deputies, but they have been in field training at the academy for the biggest part of this year. We are only able at this time to cover 10 hours a day with patrol with 2 deputies, one on at a time, and we are only able to handle numerous priority calls, plus mandated to serve hundreds of civil papers. Our deputies are always subject to callback after long hours of working. We have 1 detective that handles all majority major crime reports, search warrants, sex abuse, and follow-up on patrol deputy cases. We have a patrol sergeant who is responsible for the direct supervision of patrol, who also handles his own caseload as well as reviews all crime reports and assigned cases and follow-ups. We provide deputies with the required training, all necessary protective equipment, including duty gear, weapons, less lethal, body cameras, equipped patrol vehicles, and uniforms. What we have is not adequate to provide public safety to our citizens that they deserve. Forest Patrol, we have 1 forest deputy is paid through private timber companies and the USFS. The deputy is responsible for patrolling all private U.S. Forest Service property, checking for fire dangers, unlawful trespassing, hunting, camping, dumping, or removal of forest products. This deputy checks on hundreds of gates for damages, investigates and takes enforcement action when necessary, and as a visual deterrent. The patrol deputy also assists patrol deputies and other law enforcement agencies with criminal investigations. And we'll get to a little bit about forest deputies, because you know that position itself is one of those ones we took out of general fund and put into a restricted fund. Able to do that, we had to renegotiate some contracts with the private timber companies to get a little bit more money from them, so we could take that money out of the general fund. Marine Patrol is another one we moved out of general fund into a restricted area because it's all all state monies that fund that 2 positions. Currently, we have 1 Marine deputy and 1 Marine sergeant, who also is a coordinator for and supervises Marine, Forest Patrol, and emergency services. They are responsible for all the waterways in the county, and as well as the first 3 miles out in the ocean. The Rogue River is one of the busiest waterways in the state, with thousands of visitors recreating both in motorized and non-motorized vessels. They do boating checks, school education, enforcement, rescues, and recoveries. They are also instructors for Oregon State Marine Board and teach around the state. Search and rescue, we have 1 SAR coordinator who is responsible for coordinating all search and rescue missions. The SAR coordinator is also the Marine sergeant who manages approximately 50 volunteers that are required to meet SAR standards and certifications. This calls for constant training, setting up monthly meetings, monthly trainings on required topics, outfitting volunteers with necessary equipment and clothing. The SAR coordinator is responsible to maintain SAR vehicles and outfitting with proper safety gear and rescues or recoveries. SAR coordinator works 9 different counties within CORSAR, providing resources when necessary. SAR coordinator tracks volunteers and training hours and makes reports to OEM on every SAR issue. And I believe we've had somewhere just under 20 high-profile cases this year. We've had plane crashes off the coast. It took us a month to recover all 3 subjects. We had 2 guys went missing, a father and son, up off Bear Camp, and we found one after 4 days and never found the other. We spent several weeks up there, and we're still not done searching. We had to wait till the snow now to melt so we can get back up there and look again. Another one, a lady went missing up Mount Emily area after 4 days in the heavy snow and rain and cold, and we found her alive. Harbor substation, we have a sheriff's substation harbor that is utilized for South County businesses, a patrol office, a parole and probation office, and juvenile office. This office is beneficial for the South County residents who wish to do civil business in harbor and not have to travel to Gold Beach. With proposed cuts this year, we are not able to continue as we were, as the only funds to support would now come from parole and probation. This office will only be used for P&P and an office for patrol to do reports. Parole and probation. Currently, we have 4 parole and probation deputies, which includes a sergeant who is a PMP director and deal with all offenders, ranging from high-risk offenders to low-risk offenders within the county. These PMP deputies each manage a very high caseload doing compliance checks and home visits. The PMP division also has done a remarkable job in managing the funds provided by the state and also in their efforts to reduce recidivism. Emergency services, we have one emergency service coordinator for Curry County. The emergency coordinator is responsible for disaster preparation and notification, providing public education and maintaining all emergency notification equipment. The emergency coordinator works closely with all other agencies and complies with the state and federal regulations, applies for grants to assist in operations and equipment. Although emergency services is a county function and not a law enforcement, we have provided this service for several years due to the sheriff back then offering to take it over. Any additional proposed cuts to public safety, the county would have to resume the responsibilities of that program. Overall, even with limited resources, we still play a critical role in providing for our communities and public safety needs. We do this by collaborating with other law enforcement agencies and public service organizations to properly address both public safety needs and community concerns. For example, we have been involved in a number of high-profile cases where lives were saved. We have national and locally recognized deputies. We have deputies that were recognized by OSSA and DPSST for their outstanding efforts in their fields. We also provide valuable resources for the agencies during the critical incidents, and we remain committed working with community support organizations to work on solutions from increasing concerns regarding mental health, veterans assistance, and the best allocations of resources to address our community needs. We are also involved in other local agencies developing community service programs where the courts can now sentence low-level offenders to perform community service in lieu of jail time. At the same time, we continue to evaluate our daily operations, looking for ways to become more efficient and progressive in how we provide public safety services. Remaining mindful that we must be well-rounded and capable of addressing the entire county public safety needs. That said, the limited resources we are able to obtain limits what we can do in terms of being full-service agency. The unfortunately means we cannot provide 24/7 patrols. We must prioritize our calls to take the workload that we have. Our staff often wear many hats and lack of proper training for certain extra job functions. We cannot get our staff properly trained due to minimum staffing levels, and in some cases we create liabilities by not having adequate staffing levels and/or training for jobs that tasks are critical for public safety. That said, our staff provide a quality service and do so with limited resources and/or assistance. These are dedicated to our community and to our mission. Again, our mission is for members of the Curry County Sheriff's Office to constantly promote and provide a feeling of safety and security to our citizens. That's basically my overview of our Sheriff's Office, and we can get into the nuts and bolts of the budget now.
Thank you. Any comments from the Budget Committee members? I want to go to public now, and then we'll come back to us. Anybody in the public want to speak to this part of the budget? There's a lot of material here. There's no way I'm going to be able to sit here and go through this without doing exactly what's happened to this point. Put us way behind. I don't like this setup. Anybody else of like mind, and are there any fixes for it? It looks to me like we're going to go through line by line, or at least examine line by line. Whether we comment line by line is another thing. There's something wrong here, I think. I'm not happy with that. Do you have any comments, Sam?
Well, there ain't really no way to do it except doing it. Maybe ask some general questions. We can study this tonight at our leisure, and the sheriff could probably come back and maybe answer any real specific questions later. It's been done before, if there are any.
Our budget's pretty cut and dried. As Carl can tell you, he's been over it line by line and knows where we've cut and a lot of areas where we cut, and he can pretty much tell you You know, last year, I think we were the only one to, go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, Carl King, I'll repeat what I said last year. This is a tight budget. The Sheriff's Department, as Sheriff Ward said, has very carefully prepared a budget that doesn't meet their needs, but does everything that they were asked to do throughout this process. They met the requirements of the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee. When that report came before this commission, the Board of Commissioners, and the board sent the accountant back to find another $1 million of cuts. My memory is that only $180,000 came back as additional cuts, and $140,000 came from the sheriff and juvenile. I'm perfectly satisfied with the budget as submitted, with one exception, and that is I would totally fund the harbor substation out of the general. Totally fund the harbor substation out of the general fund if that's what it takes. I think that's an important service that ought to be continued. But, you know, I haven't had time to look at everything here. I've done what I did last year. I've looked at all the other materials and sciences in each one of these departments. There's none of them over 3%. Most of them are under 1%. There are departments such as search and rescue where you can't budget how many people are going to be stupid and get lost in the woods next year. So I'm satisfied with this budget. I could vote to approve this budget with that one change, but I understand that others may want to spend more time on it. But I've watched this for 2 or 3 years, and I think they do a very good job.
Commissioner Gold?
What page is the harbor?
39.
39, you say?
Let me discuss a little bit about the harbor substation. It took roughly a little over $11,000 to fund that, and most of that came from parole and probation. $2,400 came from that from road funds because it was incidental cost of patrol. So $2,400 came to fund that position of it. So without that there, we have to, that came out. Now, with all the other cuts, we had to look at what's the best, there's a lot of maintenance fees, computer problems, some other issues that are going on down there, that the only way we could fund that to see it is now with Justice Reinvestment Grant monies. Juvenile did pay $2,400. They have it budgeted. I don't know what situation they're still under, if they're going to be able to budget or not, but we put it in there. This is just for to help with some data lines, I believe, because the data lines were 6,000. I believe they've gone up a little bit.
The rest of that 11,000 is in the Justice Reinvestment Grant.
Right. So no money coming out of patrol services or anything other or general fund.
I have a question on that. Yeah. When you talked about the harbor substation, currently it has civil or patrol office there.
Yes.
And it has the parole and probation office,
yes.
And it has office for juvenile.
Right.
This budget that has an office for juvenile and an office for parole and probation, but no office for patrol because Justice Reinvestment Grant only provides for the parole and probation.
Justice Reinvestment Grant are specific monies that only allow for certain programs. Is that correct, Dave?
So it does not provide for the patrol office to be at the substation?
No, we're going to figure out how to put a desk in there to allow deputies to go in and work on reports, but we won't have, the way it sits right now with all the cuts we've had to make, we won't be able to provide services for the general public as far as concealed handgun license and things like that, because the computer programs and the maintenance cost for the fingerprint machines outweighs that cost. We don't have the money for it.
If you wanted to put that into this general fund budget here to keep those services, what is your estimation of those costs?
Well, if we took it out of justice reinvestment, it's going to be roughly $11,000 minus the $2,400 here.
But if the justice reinvestment grant provides for the parole and probation part of those offices, what is just the patrol part that can't be funded?
Right.
I mean, how much is just the patrol part?
I would say roughly $4,000.
So we would have to add $4,000 into this data line here and a revenue to cover it from the general
Otherwise,
fund.
people will have to make appointments to come to Gold Beach for any of their needs for concealed handgun license, civil process.
Tom?
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Gold?
Well, 2 points. So bottom line, we would have to come up with $4,000 to keep this open. But also, is it true that the port is allowing you that office rent-free?
Well, yeah, it's rent-free, and that's been the case, but we still pay for all the electricity and the data lines, and which, if you work it out, it's right at $11,000.
Okay, but juvenile
The
would
rent
take...
is not for the rent of the building, it's rent of the
Right.
data lines and.
But juvenile would be taking care of part of that, so if...
$2,400 if you guys don't cut them out of them.
Commissioner Oxley.
Sheriff, I'm looking at we had some discussion back on the 25th of April in the management meeting on this subject. And I'm looking at the 9 months ending March 31st of the revenue and expense reports that we get, and you should have those later this afternoon.
They're right here.
We mentioned that the Justice Reinvestment Grant. Now, it shows 3 line items here on the budget for last year and I think the year before. And then one of them is other, and I'm talking about revenue. It's saying SB 1145. I'm assuming that's the Justice Reinvestment Grant. No, I see Captain
No.
Espinoza. It's funding whatever SB 1145 is.
Mick Espinoza a little bit more on top of that than I am on that.
Okay. Captain Espinoza, afternoon. So you had 3 line items there that you're referring to,
Correct.
Commissioner. There was a Senate bill, $1145, and those are the dollars that are allocated to the parole and probation division from the state.
Okay.
And so those monies, similar to the Justice Reinvestment Grant monies, are utilized for office space, places to do meetings with clientele, etc. So a portion of that, I believe a large portion of that, if I'm not mistaken, getting that page is about $6,000 at $1145.
Goes to the data circuit, or to the...
Right, it goes for that.
That's what has occurred previously.
That was last year's budget.
And I think, yeah, in
So
previous
then what we
years.
did was juvenile was also utilizing space there.
Correct.
So like what we've done with many of our other services, we asked if they could participate with us in making payment for those data lines so that the allocations went across the board. So we
Correct.
asked them to come on board with us and give us $2,400 for
correct.
use of an office, which they budgeted. So initially, as this discussion got started, you have to go. Let's go back in history when we start talking about Station 7 or the Harbor Substation. We call it Station 7. When we were originally tasked, whether it be by the Citizens Advisory Board that was appointed through the commissioners and or Ms. Hallstrom with making cuts, as Mr. King alluded to, we were so bare bones in so many areas that, you know, the next biggest chunks, without getting into salary, overtime, or other items that we couldn't get to, would be the Harbor Substation. And it's not just the $11,000 that we're paying in data lines, but there's also things that we're paying in support of it. For example, paper supplies, those type of things that go into that. So we looked at that as a methodology to reduce, again, some of our expenditures by $11,000. And the one line item that you're referring to, only 2,400 of that would have came from the road funds. So we would have essentially saved that because it was our understanding we weren't going to get any. And at the same time, to go one step further, Sergeant Denny was getting information from the state that some of his revenues coming in may be reduced as much as 3%. So we were getting hit by both sides, if that makes sense. We're getting hit, you know, with have to make cuts to the county, the potential that there's not money coming in through the state for Sergeant Denny, and we didn't know how much that was because they won't have that complete forecast until July. So with what we were told, because we didn't have a complete accurate number, we had to make the best guess as far as we could on where the cuts should be and what they should look like.
Okay, so let me go through again. We had the Senate bill for $6,200 budgeted.
Right.
Then we had two $2,400 revenues budgeted for a total of $11,000.
Correct.
We had in the expenditures, we mentioned office expenses and paper and stuff like that. Year to date through March, okay, for all those expenses is $6,100, call it $6,200.
Right.
That's year to date. So clearly it's running at less than 100%. You know, one could take that and figure it's going to be another, divide that by 3, and it's going to be about $8,300 is going to be the total.
No.
But I'm just saying, based on what I see.
Right,
for
so
claim,
if I can
claim
answer your
expenses.
question on that.
Okay.
I saw the same thing you did, and so if you'll go up to revenues and whatnot, some of the expenses have not come out. For example, when this came out, we were just making payment on the revenues that were there. So we have other things like, for example, like I said, the office supplies and whatnot. Some of those things come out later. They come out, we get billed quarterly. We have a contract with a vendor that we use a fingerprint machine there. So we get billed quarterly for that. So it'll all come in right about the 11 grand mark. So sometimes these numbers aren't necessarily accurate because the bills haven't been processed.
Well, again, let's talk about office supplies.
Mm-hmm.
Office supplies were budgeted at $700. Actual year to date, we're call it 500. That's about just almost right to the percent, right. 3/4 or 75%.
Right.
The data circuit, which is the highest single item by far, is right at 74%. So it's, those are actual bills that have come in and been paid. The electricity is a little under, but it was budgeted 2,000 and is coming in at, that's rounded to the nearest 100 at $1,200. So it's close. It's not 75. So most of these are awfully close to being on budget. So I'm still confused as far as I see the detail for coming in probably about 8,000 or 9,000 versus 11, okay? And I see the 11,000, and those are always lagged, as far as the revenue. This still doesn't show anything year to date, but that's typical from the accounting. So I assume that those three are there, they're budgeted if need be. So I just don't see, and I'm again, this is an assumption on my part that this Senate bill isn't just going to dry up. You mentioned that there might be some reductions, but I'm just not seeing why it can't be funded, to a large degree from where it's come in the past.
And that's what we're looking at and trying to evaluate. Yeah. But again, you have to go back in history to where we started. As I said, we were trying to do the best we could to try to meet the obligations that we were given and the directives that were put before us. And so,
I'm just looking at today, and, you know, today is trying to be objective, not.
Right, and that's why we've talked about
Correct.
using the money from the Justice Reinvestment Grant, which is similar to 1145, that has some attachments to the money supposed to be utilized for various things. If juvenile, we're fortunate to have the good fortune to be able to afford the $2,400 in that. That would be great to have that included in there, and that would help offset some of that.
And
So
I
it's not
haven't,
just one
clearly,
side.
because we just received these this morning, I haven't gone to the juvenile budget
Right.
to see what was
It's in
there.
there.
It's in there, so.
Right, so
I
that's what
I
we're
see
trying
this
to.
as,
That's what we're trying to.
as not
afford.
as gloomy as it might.
Mr. Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm surprised we're talking about 700, 1,100 here or there. Maybe I'm not surprised. These are excellent law enforcement representatives. They live here. They've decided to stay here. They're raising their families here. They are experts. And I have full trust. If I had a business that was responsible for 41 people, I would want this team to come up with a budget, and by damn, I would listen. So I'm very relieved and encouraged by fellow member King saying he's been through this. He has confirmed that it is bare bones. Crime is on the rise. Make no mistake. I'm ready to vote now. And I appreciate the work that went into this, and I hope we can get it beyond you so you can go back to fighting crime and not have to be in such a continual state of administrative responsibility.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 42.5.
Say that again.
You said 41.
Oh,
you got 42.5.
And like Mick said, you know, there's some things that are not have taken out. We have things that we have to replace. There's a computer system down there is bad. It's going to cost money to fix that, replace it, or whatever. We just replaced the printer down there, and the maintenance costs alone, like I say, it comes out on a different schedule that may have not came out yet so far that we still have to pay for. So we feel we'll come in right around $11,000.
I guess one more quick comment. I guess I don't really care. I'm trusting that what you're telling us is so fine-tuned and responsible and detailed that that's good enough for me.
Commissioner
I think
Gold.
that's what I heard. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Mr.
My
Gold.
turn.
I just have one question. I'm curious what the traffic is in there. For instance, the parole people that come in from juvenile, do we have lots? Because that's where the majority of the population is in South County, and also the handgun permits.
Yeah, I would estimate anywhere from 40 to 50% of our handgun permits do come through there. So it is a convenience for those to utilize that service. We do have a large base of the parole and probation clientele that utilize that office. That because the population base is higher there, so obviously we're going to have a higher population there. And then when we do have the many good men and women who come in and volunteer, and we can leave it open, then we do accept, crime reports. So there's a lot of convenience on both sides. It's very convenient for us to be there as well because it makes us more responsive to the harbor area. There's a lot of plus to it for both sides. But again, going back, when we're looking at this, we're trying to do the best we can to clamp down where we needed to, and that was one of the only other areas we could. But if we can keep it going, that'd be great.
Was there any other place in the budget to go back and forth with this?
To be honest with you, no. I mean, we're down to a bodies, because when you're looking at the other places in the budget, to be quite honest with you, when we're looking at those areas, for example, materials and services or overtime, those are a moving target. Because in materials and services, we won't know, because if something breaks down or we run out of something or something comes up, we need to get those materials because it's emergency service related. Or overtime is the next area we look at. But just 2 weeks ago, we're dealing with a homicide, and that could have turned into, hours and hours of work and overtime. And so I can't forecast those things. So I didn't want to touch those numbers because they've been pretty consistent. And then, medical expenses and the jail. I mean, those are the things that we're looking at. Those are the next biggest ticket items that would add up to about that amount.
So are we talking 11,000 or are we talking 8,600? Because 2,400 of that's coming from juvenile.
Yeah, we looked at it as saving about 11,000. You know, roughly is the way we would have looked at it.
Okay, so is it really 8,600? I subtracted the
With
2,400.
the juvenile, then it would have been, yes.
Okay. So maybe we could come up with another 8,600 somewhere else. Not necessarily in the sheriff's department, but somewhere else.
In all honesty, we have the justice reinvestment. It could be the supplement for the 1145. We would just need to supplement what was the road department's buy-in with that. And if juvenile, again, was fortunate enough to have their portion, then we'd be fine. If not, then we're looking at 4,000 to 5,000 somewhere else.
Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more quick comment. I'm going to make kind of a bold statement here. My goal for the next 4 years is to see that we have the best, do everything I possibly can to see that we have the best law enforcement on the Oregon coast. And I speak for a lot of people in this county. And it starts right here today in this room. And I'm going to ask again if we can just consider passing this budget as is right now. And if I need a motion or consensus, yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman. Carl? Are you suggesting that we leave the budget closing, Harbor? Or are you suggesting we...
No, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. King. Your recommendation of pulling the harbor funds needed out of the general fund, I think you and I are both in complete agreement on that.
Okay. I just have one caveat to, I'm prepared to vote today with, obviously, on the expense side of this budget and not necessarily the resource side. I am not supportive of taking the 200,000 out of the road fund to fund. I will fund the sheriff's department with other monies from other sources and take, but not with the road fund. I just want to make it clear. I'm not saying I'll vote at the end of the day to take 200,000 out of the road fund for anyone. But I support this budget as a proper expenditure of general fund and other monies by the sheriff's department.
Commissioner Boyce.
Do you know where that 200K would come from?
There are other,
not to put you on the spot.
Well, my comment earlier was that from the very beginning of this very open, transparent system this year, which was different than prior years, we had the advisory committee. We then had meetings before this board, setting standards and giving directions to the accountant in the preparation of it. There were departments that, in my view, simply did not step forward and offer to make sacrifices necessary to have a balanced budget without taking money from the roads fund. And I will look to those departments to make up for this 200,000 for the sheriff.
We may be at an impasse then.
Well, we will be, I'm sure. You and I won't agree on that.
Commissioner Huxley.
Well, again, I've listened, to what you said, but we keep coming back, but we'll probably have money from the Justice Reinvestment Grant, which would be, so I don't see why, yeah, go ahead.
In the 250 fund, which is page 177, 170. The top of page 179. Those harbor substation costs of $6,250 are budgeted in Justice Reinvestment Grant. And what I was trying to get at earlier is what Sheriff said was that this grant will cover the cost for adult P&P, parole and probation, and juvenile with this $2,400 budget here in the general fund. But how much would it cost to, in the general fund, to staff it with the paperwork, handgun permit kind of thing, activities that don't qualify under justice reinvestment. Because most of this is under justice reinvestment, or some of it is under juveniles contribution, but
With juvenile, we'd be back to the 2,400.
well, see, I'm showing the 2,400 already.
With juvenile, we'd be absent another 24.
Yeah, so they'd be at 86.
Yeah.
So for the general fund, with this other part of the budget being in justice reinvestment, how much out of the general fund to fund it as it is being done today? Another $2,400?
$2,400.
That's been on a shoestring. I mean, if we lose any equipment or anything, you know, that's another expense. And we've had to replace and fix lots of equipment.
And we'd be happy to have it. It's not that we don't want this office, but again, we were trying to do everything we could to be good stewards with not taking any more of the general fund or having to rely on, because as we were heard, road funds may not be available. So we didn't know we were going to make up that shortfall. And we're talking about a very small, minor detail in a $5 million budget. I mean, there's other areas in this budget that, to me, that are as, equally or more important, obviously. We're talking about staffing. That's our biggest concern.
Commissioner Huxley.
But it affects a lot of people down in Harbor. And back to this SB 1145, is that, can these two commingle? In other words, I'm not getting the inclination from you that SB 1145 is just going to disappear to zero. To the contrary, it's just a matter, is it a little bit, is it a little more? Between the two of them, I don't see an issue with not meeting $11,000 or perhaps even a little more.
When you commingle them, the only issue that could be there is making sure that it isn't just specific to parole and probation. Okay. Because there are definitions for the grant itself when you talk about justice reinvestment, and you worked on that, so you know.
Correct.
And with 1145, there are definitions with that, as well as in terms of how much of it can go for certain operations and what they're doing.
But nothing's been an issue in past years with the way that's been.
Commingle, no.
But with the way that it's been handled.
Right.
So I don't see that there's an issue just in this discussion that there's not $11,000 available just with those line items that we.
Ms. Kallstrom.
My understanding is that state SB 1145 money is a revenue in several places within the sheriff's department, and when the money comes in, it's split and said this much goes to this department, this much goes here, $6,200 goes to Harbor Sup. So when you said that there's a 3% cut, you're talking about that big pot of money is 3%, and then it's coming into 3 or 4 different departments within the sheriff's department. And so with that 3% being less, it's harder to take that $6,200 and put it over there and lose the revenue in the others. So it's either it's half a dozen of one, 6 of the other. Either put it here and take it out of another department, you're still going to be short $6,200 in the total budget for all the sheriff's department, and it has to be found elsewhere than sheriff's department to put $6,200 back in here.
Or if we're trying to make up monies as we were asked to do with materials and services cuts, and that's basically what that was serving as.
All right, are we ready for a motion?
For what?
Well, it's been suggested that this is a sufficient budget, but only one half of it, one aspect of it, the expenditure part.
I'd personally like, well, I've not been recognized yet, but.
Well, I recognize you. I'm looking for some direction.
I would like to go home and read this whole thing too, The largest budget in the county.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, I intend at some point tomorrow to make a motion that we accept this budget, the expenditures in this budget with a change that the accountant will come back with in consultation with the Sheriff's Department, with a revised budget for the harbor substation.
I could put into this budget right here another $2,400 in expenditures, but at some point before we approve the budget, we're going to have to find that $2,400 elsewhere, if you're not going to take it out of other departments within the sheriff.
I agree. I think, you know, I trust
And
that
I can
you
certainly,
and the
I can certainly
Sheriff's
make a note
Department
to add that to this budget, but know that sometime down the line, we're not particularly balanced right now.
So are you taking really good notes?
I'm trying to.
So we need to know what
So,
we
you know,
have to cut
you know,
and add.
I get a feeling that you don't really think that we've cut a lot out of the Sheriff's Department. And I'll guarantee you that we have. I mean,
Oh, yes.
Civil Criminal Patrol, we were asked to take an additional 5% of $23,000. We cut by $97,000 by cutting out some vehicles, the assigned vehicles, mileage, $140,000 or so for 2 patrol positions. We were asked to take an extra 5% out of, and this is after we were already cut, asked to take another 5% of material services out of the jail. That's $15,000. We cut by $58,000. And to the point where the jail is suffering on how are we going to get from one year to the next. We're at points where, you know, it's the tightest budget we have right now, and that's the jail. If we have any major incidents, we're going to be fouled. So communications, we're asked to take an extra $3,294. We cut it by $7,000. So we have cut way past what we've been asked to, and to be good community partners and try to do the best we can.
Mr. Gold?
Can I just make one comment? I totally agree that you've cut back, and that's why I made that compromise, not taking the whole thing from the Sheriff's Department. So I think when you say we don't think you've cut enough,
No,
I don't.
wasn't saying.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. So.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
How many road deputies, I'm just looking at page 31 here with the spread on the total. I'm seeing here 2, 3 each. Is it just 8 that are budgeted? Am I reading this right?
8 are budgeted.
Okay. And there's 5 filled and 2 in training?
We have,
Or at the academy?
7 positions filled, 2 of them are in training. And I have, looking to fill that other position, but I'm just a little leery about filling it until we get the budget approved. We are 2 down in patrol, corrections at this point, and we have to fill those.
You mentioned that several had gone to Brookings and one went to...
3 went to Brookings,
Coos-Curry.
1 went to Coos-Curry.
What's the agreement, and I know, I just don't remember the specifics, and I don't know whether it's a written or an unwritten agreement where if somebody, comes out, goes through the academy, and those costs are obviously, recognized by, be it this agency or a different one, and they go elsewhere in a short period of time, that it's the other agency's responsibility to
pick up
the training costs. Is that unwritten or written?
At this point, it's kind of unwritten.
Does it happen?
No, well, if you did, you're kind of shunned by the rest of the departments, But it's not that we can't do it. We haven't done it.
What are we talking ballpark dollars for one? What's the academy for one person? What is it?
About 20 grand.
Okay.
Mr. Gold?
So is there any way you can set up some sort of a contract with these people that are going into training that they stay with the department for, say, a year, 2 years, specified amount of time?
Well, I'm sure, you know, that's probably done in other agencies. There are working on the law to revamp that a little bit to where you can charge other agencies, you know, for the training cost.
Yeah, that seems only right.
I believe the requirement to employment status within this county for those deputies is a Teamsters union. So you would not be able to do that kind of a...
Oh, because of their contract.
Without a contract negotiation.
Trust me, I'd love to be able to charge the other ones, you know,
or
because it's
require
frustrating.
them to stay.
For years, we've been a training ground. We've trained and they go because we don't have the job security or the pay here. The 4 that left here all have told me if we had the funds and the job security, they'd still be here. They love this job. Loved it.
Commissioner Boyce?
Quickly, thank you, Mr. Chair. They're not going to sign something knowing that they are going to be prohibited from taking a promotion. It's right within 30 minutes from here. Generally, I think
you know, that's all speculation.
Well, okay. They're not here now. Thank you.
But it's unwritten, but it's not been challenged or done and challenged.
I would imagine there's probably other agencies that have done it, but I don't know that they, you know, succeeded, or they may have asked, but I just don't know. I don't know if anybody has actually succeeded and done that. So
Okay, I think that kind of falls under your purview and not ours. So if you don't mind,
we're in the weeds again.
thank you. Nice job. Let's see. That sets us going on 4 o'clock. Do we want to go back?
We can go back.
What's the sense?
I could go back to by list.
All right. Is there anything else we want to talk about with the Sheriff's Department right now?
So, okay, so what's the plan for the sheriff's 5 or 6, however many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Well, there were 7 line items there. So what's the plan at this point? To come back and discuss it further tomorrow? Is that, just so I'm clear and that the sheriff's clear?
All right, well, I think I lost track of that. The sheriff's there, but the others haven't had their chance, right?
Can we go to 5:30, or do we have a time limit this evening? Where are we on that?
we're still within our time frame. If you have more questions, we're here.
Well, then let's just keep going.
Yeah.
You know, in the past, haven't we used Fridays? We've tried to cram this all into 4 days. To think that we're going to follow the
I don't want to stay
schedule's not
past
gonna
5. I want to go home and read the stuff. I don't want to, you know, 45 minutes there and you know. When we say the sheriff, but so do were we intending to talk about any of these others individually, or wait and review them this evening if we so choose, and talk about any more specifics questions we might have tomorrow? I'm just trying to get, so I'm clear.
Sure. I'd like to be able to look at this.
I would too.
And if it's okay with them, we'll go back and resume our normal schedule and then give us time to look over this other. The part that you were doing seemed to flow without any needed time. So, yes?
Can we give them a specific time tomorrow, perhaps?
It's just first thing in the morning.
Okay.
So does that put everybody else behind?
Wow.
Ah, good point.
That's a pretty full day tomorrow.
Could we meet at 9?
No, it's advertised at 10. Do you want me to move the sheriff to Wednesday afternoon? One of the last discussions before we start deliberations?
That's a good idea. Anybody?
That would be the least disruptive to all the other departments.
I think so.
Is that all right, Sheriff?
Well, we thought that was gonna be done today. I mean, we've only talked, really haven't talked to any about any of these line items, so.
Yeah.
We're here for, and ready to do it today. I don't know what other questions you have.
May I ask something? Is the only thing that the board still really wants to discuss on any of the sheriff's budgets is the revenue side and the road funds and that $2,400? Is there anything that they might have questions on just expenditure items?
Until I look at it.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that I don't think we need everybody back for this expenditure items. If you have questions that you can email them to me before tomorrow night or at tomorrow night. So Wednesday morning, I can tell the sheriff who he needs to have here for more discussions to answer those particular questions. Can we do that? So he doesn't have his whole team here?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Anybody else have a thought on that?
It's fine by me.
And a lot of these expenses, I'm just looking here, like insurance and so forth, you can't change that at all. That's pretty well set in stone.
All right, well, I'm looking at a bigger picture. My experience with this process has been a week-long, full 5 days, and this has been cut to half of that time. The expectations we're going to be able to go through this as I was used to doing it, I don't see it happening.
Excuse me, can I have experience with the county with full 5 days with just the sheriff's department?
No, all of the whole budget. I'm looking
And
at
this
the
is
whole
5 days. This is a schedule of 5 days. You have time on Thursday and Friday to go. This is just, the first 3.5 days are scheduled to provide information for your discussions, provide time for you to ask direct questions to all of the department heads. But this is a 5-day schedule, and it's not any different from last year's schedule. It's basically the same schedule as last year. I based it off of their schedule. So I'm not sure where we're cramming anything. The timelines and everything are exactly the same from last year.
I was just reacting to the blank spaces on Wednesday afternoon on.
Yeah, but it just says like budget discussion on Thursday. It gives you, and review, it gives you a lot of time. And then Friday is open in case you don't get through all of these discussions. Everything can be moved over as, like we found out, we're like 2 hours behind today. So we can still move things over into those blank spaces. That's why they're there, because I didn't think we would get through everybody, and some would be shorter than others. Others would be longer. So that's why it kind of looks the way it does. But if you look at last year's committee schedule, it looks just about like this.
I understand.
Well, I don't have a solution. I don't know how to not make them come back and yet try to get through them in the time remaining today and not mess up tomorrow. Don't know how to do it.
I would suggest that I think one of the suggestions was, let's just move this to Wednesday afternoon. That will give us some time to review between now and then, which isn't very far.
It's two evenings to look at it and find out. If you email me what sections you have questions on, I can talk to the sheriff on Wednesday morning to let him know which of his staff might be best to bring to answer those particular questions, so that he doesn't have to have everybody here if you're not going to ask everybody questions.
That makes sense.
All right, any disagreement to that?
Is that okay?
For consensus, I'll make a motion, if we want a motion, and then we can take a roll, you know.
All right, let's do
To move the sheriff's budget, 7 line items to Wednesday afternoon, which will give us time to review and ask questions or communicate back and forth with the accountant if we have any questions.
I'll second that.
Let's do just a quick hand vote. All in favor? It's unanimous, Mr. Huddle.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I had one question. I read in the newspaper that it appears that the compensation committee's report is available.
I think, is it online? Is it on our website? I don't know.
I don't know online, but
received
I've
it
got it sitting right
anonymously.
here.
Could we all take a copy of that home with us as well tonight? And since it does affect how we look at these budgets?
There is a compensation committee time on Thursday morning for them to give this report.
I'd rather know it before I talk to these
and
people.
I don't have a copy of that report. Is it just this one
It's
page?
just one page. That was it.
I can get that copied and hand it out.
Yep, we can make that happen.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a half of an hour.
Let's go back to Louise.
Actually, it's till 5, not 4:30.
5, okay.
Yeah, so we have
You want to
1
pick
hour.
up where we left off then?
Yeah, I'm going to give you something first, though. So did not walk off of that.
I was just noticing.
Some light reading.
Nothing, no.
I have
You
one.
have yours.
Yeah.
These are to put into your books. They are the revenue expenditure financial statements that are through March 31st. So these are the financial statements through March 31st that were requested earlier today. So Sina printed them out for you. She also hole punched them so you could put them into your binders, and they're for your information as we go through the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Huddle.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was wondering, I think this is the public binder here. Would it be possible to get a copy of that?
Yeah, it's on the common for our staff.
Copy anyway, right?
Huh?
You got an extra copy?
Yeah, this was going to go into my book in case
Oh,
people ask me
okay.
questions, but
Okay.
we can print it off of the common, it's what's posted there,
Thank you.
so.
If
Internally,
you,
it's easy.
If you would like, what I did on this, because I printed a copy out for me several weeks ago. I went through the 16, 17, so the last, or this current fiscal year budget, and I rewrote on the index the numbers that correspond to this actual these actual pages, and it makes life much easier. I'd be happy to print out a copy of this index if anybody wants it
Oh, that'd be great.
for the page numbers. Otherwise, you could be
Going
looking
crazy.
and never find it.
I'm starting to like you again.
So, well, we don't even want to go.
Very nice. Very nice.
Like, page 128 is actually 58, stuff like that. But I got so frustrating that I went through. So I'll print some copies tonight.
Thank you.
There's a nominal charge only for some of you.
So are you gonna punch them too?
Punch them what?
Punch them, you know, hole punch.
Oh, there's an extra charge for that.
That's $10 to hole punch.
Okay,
How about
so
if I give him
I'll
the
do that
smile?
tonight.
Thank you.
Do that tonight.
That's for 20.
$10 smile.
That's 20.
Oh.
You get $10 change. Okay, so I wanted to get that out to you, so when we do stop at 5, people don't just get up and leave, and I didn't get a chance to hand those out to you, so I just wanted to make sure you got those before you left tonight. If you want to put it in your book, and everybody has these little Post-it notes, you can stick that on there so you could get back to that and separate that from the rest of the budget document.
We're gonna be so organized, we won't know what to do.
I know.
Which page are we on, please?
Okay, so we're going to go to page 147. And let me see if I could find it here. Oh, I have to be over there. I can't do that with it. Oops. Dang it. You guys are gonna start calling me county council if I keep doing this.
I still got a couple up on you on that one.
What is that, like 4 out of 5 times now? 80%?
You got it.
But wait, I don't have to scan all the way down the 100 pages.
Oh, you don't have a little thing here that says to 107?
Yeah, I do, but I only have this here. I don't have the computer. It's over there.
Oh, I got you.
And I can't do that, change a number with the mouse.
I won't say
I need a
anything more
keyboard.
about your microphone.
Okay, so this is the accounting services for the admin services and the accounting department. All right. 46, 147. Okay. So this morning we talked about where these revenues are coming from and how they were determined. General fund is one line item, but it includes all of the departments within the general fund. And then the revenues outside of general fund are listed there by fund number. So let's see. I'm going to. The rest of the page is budgeted revenue, personnel services. The changes in personnel services are the county accountant position is budgeted at the salary it's sitting at right now for your new hire next year. And the other change, of course, is PERS. PERS went up quite a bit. And it also reflects the 1.5% going to the capital projects. So it's the unemployment portion of revenue into the capital projects fund that was discussed last year at budget time. And I reduced the audit costs, professional services, by quite a bit, because I think I'm going to I'm working on the RFP document right now. I think you should have one firm doing your financial statements and your audit. It's double work doing it with the way it's being done right now, and costing at least $20,000 more than it should be. So I did reduce that because when the RFP goes out, the firm that will be selected is one that does both services, and I believe that it'll come in at 80 or under. The prior budget, the one that I came into, this year's budget, did not have any travel whatsoever for me to be trained, and there were several training trips that I did have to do. One was being trained on the Cassell software, which is not a common software. It's common. It's not real common, but it does have several counties, cities in Oregon, but it's not the. If it's the most popular, it's like with about 50–60% of those use that software. So if you hire somebody new, they're going to need to be trained on this software. So there's a budget for that training, and also for Oregon Government Finance Officers Association, which has a conference in October, and then another one that's in Salem, and another one that's in Salishan in the spring. So those, I did look at mileage. I looked at costs of the registration for those conferences and those trips. I put that into this budget so that the person that comes in after me actually can get the training they need without going over budget in this admin fee budget. But overall, I did cut with the 5% cut, and was only $6,000. So I did manage to cut $20,000 out of the materials and services budget, out of this admin services for accounting finance office. So does anybody have any questions on the finance office budget?
Oh, Commissioner Huxley.
Was there a reason on line 17 that you added $1 to the 1,000 to make it 1,001?
I think I balanced. I balanced with office supplies because of $1 off when I come down the bottom of the line. I just kind of went up and added $1. It has to be a zero balance at the end of the day, so.
Commissioner Gold.
I have another question on the 2 conferences. Would it be possible to go to one and? Yes, I think so. I'm looking for the harbor place.
This is not general fund, so this would not hit at $2,400. Only 40% of $2,400.
These are all intergovernmental services.
These are intergovernmental services.
Resources.
So I think taking out. I know that
that'd be close to 1,960.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
I could tell you how much that is.
Commissioner Huxley, yes, these are all transfers, but most of them come from transfers that get general fund money.
So I view this as sort of general fund
Yes,
money.
I agree.
Yeah, it's just the way it comes
Yeah,
in, that's
but
my point, because it's one of the
$2,400
supports.
and $2,400 is not a match. It'd be 40% of $2,400 would actually hit the general fund if I cut $2,400 out of this budget.
And on that discussion, I know that when Louise first started here, we talked a lot as far as some of the training that she had to go to, and I don't know that you know, starting with somebody, if they were familiar, they'd work with CASAL or something like that yet, but if not.
Well, I think on CASAL, because of their updates and changing all the time, and just because you get to talk to a lot of people who use it and do things with it that you didn't even know that it did. I think having that time to really get to know this software and use it to the best of its ability, I think you should actually annually go to that training conference. But it's especially helpful to me to go to it because I did not use that software before, and it was very helpful for me at the beginning.
I remember our discussions on that.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether you'd be able to just do one, is my point.
No, but there's two, if I was to give up one of those trips, it would be the trip to Salishan in the spring, because in the budget season anyway, and it's hard to get to it and during that time. And I did not go to it this year. I only went to the conference in Salem in October.
So we could basically drop $2,400 or $960 if it's 40%. And not.
Yes, I would imagine, but I don't have access to how much that one to Salishan is. I don't know how much that. I don't have access on this computer to the finance common one, which is, I showed you before how I did all of those calculations. That's where those calculations are, so I can't look at them right now about how much that one trip to Salishan is. But it's only a couple of $100.
Where's Salishan?
Salishan is just outside of Lincoln City.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just south of Lincoln City.
Well, I was thinking in terms of Salem versus, you said the first one was?
The first one is in Salem, and
Right.
that's the most important one.
Okay, I would think that we should, keep the Salem one, but get rid of the Salishan.
Okay, so I will be able to tell you
And I know we're just
morning.
looking at little
Yeah.
pieces, but if we could build those little pieces up and get more, that would be great.
And I will get the cost of that to see how much was budgeted for just that one training.
Okay.
Okay, can we move on?
Is there anything else on the administrative finance budget?
Well, I think the computer training is very important.
I do too. No more? Okay, so the next one is payroll, personnel department.
What page is that?
It's page
151.
151. Just making sure that page number up there and the page number on there is the same. Once again, there's a shorter little list here because not all funds have payroll in them, but this is administrative cost, spreading the cost of providing payroll and human resources services to the county. Nothing has really changed in the expenditures in the salary except for PERS. That's going to be kind of a mantra, I guess. There is a small budget for training that my staff goes to in Wilsonville. It's actually a fairly low cost. and mostly the cost is, it's a 3-day, I can't remember what it's on. Is it, what is that conference in July?
Oh, in June?
I mean, yeah, no, it's in July, you said.
No, it's in June in Silverton.
Oh, that's right, it's in June. So it's budgeted for this year, and we're budgeting for it again next year. And what is the conference for? Come on up, Julie, thank you.
Good afternoon, Julie Swift, Payroll and HR. It's a Cassell local users group, so instead of going to the annual conference, whether it be in Salt Lake City or Las Vegas, it's just a localized group of Oregon users. And they actually do it just once every other year, so I don't know if it's even something that would be valid next year, but there may be another sort of training. There are other times I've gone to the CIS conference or the LGPI conference, depending on what the topics are, if they're of interest or not. And I know CIS will give a scholarship for at least one person to go for free, and then all we have to pay for is the lodging. But this particular one that she's talking about is in Silverton. It's a localized Oregon users group.
For Cassell.
Right.
And it's the only training my staff gets to go to keep up with the updates and best practices within our software.
Right, and Cassell also does, they also have a lot of webinars on different subjects. So I know they have one, they used to provide free training for replacement hires of key positions, but instead of doing that, now they do have an online webinar that they do every so often for that kind of training. So that is available also.
Okay, I have a question. Anybody else? Then I'm going to go on line 3 of the resources. It says road, and the number is more than doubled. Can you help me understand that?
Well, that's one of the, it actually has not more than doubled. It was, last year was $50,000, was, oh, that was general, okay, so 13,000?
Yes.
38. And that was one of the problems that I had. Administrative costs overall, if you added them all up together, and what hit road was not a lot different from what is hitting them now. However, some of them were more and some of them were less, and that has to do with the way they calculated before and tweaked percentages, which I don't understand why, and I don't know the background on the why. And since overall, for all administrative services, it didn't really hit anybody's budget much differently, I just went with a straight percentage. And so it might look a little up and down on some things. When you get to road, you'll see that if you add them all up, all administrative costs that are hitting road, it's not much different from the year before, except for a couple of things that hit it because of budget choices we made in this budget.
Any other questions?
I guess maybe it's for Julie. I take it payroll and HR rules are likely to change this year. Do you have enough in here to cover keeping current as our state and federal government play around with these rules?
Especially health insurance.
Well, I think, health insurance is a wild card. So we get a lot of information from CIS on an ongoing basis. And they do have, like I said, they do have webinars also to keep us up to date on those things. So those are things mostly online, and most of them are free.
And mandatory health care, time off, and all that?
Oh, yeah.
You have sources that will keep you? Okay.
I do.
We don't want a foot fault.
Mr. Boyce?
You mean some of the new laws that are likely to go into effect within, yeah.
Well, I think it's quite likely.
Yes.
From everything you read in the national press, that there are going to be significant changes in maternity leaves, whether it's going to be mandatory, whether it's be with pay, and we just need to make sure that our person on the spot knows what's happening out there.
Yeah, like I said, CIS gives us a lot of information and keeps us posted on changing laws and things that are happening, and I keep up to date with BOLI changes and try to keep abreast of things.
There are other changes, increases 2 to 3 times last year's to this year's. Would the same answer apply? Just a difference in calculating?
Yeah, I think it's, I tried to look at the total that was the administrative fees in total, which is accounting, HR payroll, county council, IT services, Board of Commissioners office, and the Commissioners Fund, those, and the occupancy fund. Those are all of our administrative fees, and in general, over adding up all of those fees and how they hit the different funds, general fund, road fund, and the smaller funds, was comparative to the year before in general.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Question, comment, are, those are good catches. Those are good calls
Yes,
on your part.
they are.
Very good calls. Because I start looking, there's several.
Yes, sir.
Several different, both directions.
HR? Oh, I'm sorry.
Just a comment. If you look on the spreadsheet on allocating those on page 158, if you look through all the general fund things, the range of percentages of that total amount that go to those people goes from 40.238% up to 41.571%. So they're 41.898. So they're pretty close.
They're pretty close. It's
But,
about
they're
40, 41%.
pretty much all different. There are only 2 that are the same, but it's because of the
because payroll isn't in all of the funds, like council isn't in all of the general funds because they're not in the district attorney. So in general, I think some of the funds don't get any admin services. So especially like down below, I did not. And in the past, there was some kind of tweaked percentage going to the road capital improvement. And I said, well, so much is already going to road. Why are we tweaking something to go to road improvement? So I just zeroed that out. There's nothing going to road capital improvement. And I also thought that some monies were being assessed to the victim assistance, which is mostly funded by federal dollars, and I said, unless that federal dollars say that you can charge against their monies with overhead costs, I don't think that fund should be charged overhead fees unless they specifically say you can cover those with that money. And so I took that back out. And so there are several things that I kind of tweaked myself by either by not assessing some funds with some costs. So that's
okay.
What I did.
Any questions? HR?
HR and payroll is the same.
Ah, good. So we're ready to move on then?
So the next one is commissioners.
Yes.
And
Let's try to get through that today.
That's Fund 111, and that's on page 67.
Cut those turkeys out. $67.
Okay, so 67. Actually, it's, title page is 67, starts on page 68, 69. I think we discussed earlier today that 70% of the cost of the Commissioners Fund is spread to the departments, and 30% comes out of the general fund's discretionary dollars. Under other requirements, it's a transfer to this fund. It's broken out here. Last year, it does not look like it was broken out in the budget, and since it's the same line item, it isn't a separate line item. In the history, it's not shown broken out either. But we could put a number on the end of that line item to separate them out so that the history will show how much came directly from the general fund and how much came from departments within the general fund. The difference in the expenditures in the commissioners is the board asked me to, in last year's budget, one of the commissioners was funded at what they were being paid and not at a full commissioner salary. But I was asked to fund all positions in the commissioner's office as full salaries. And so that is what is reflected in at the bottom of page 68 in the salary. So the PERS increase is in there, and there is an increase in life insurance too. Actually, looks like the PERS went down for some reason. I don't know what the budget was last year, so I have to look at that. But there is no unemployment for elected officials, so there's no unemployment costs in this fund.
Commissioner Huxley.
The PERS went down because last year there were two of three that had PERS. This year
yeah.
there are two of three that do not.
Do not.
So that's the reason
correct.
it went down.
In the materials and services, I didn't change a lot. I cut the 5% from this budget. I think that there was an entry error on conference fees and other services, so I put it back on conference fees because that's where the history for that spending is. Outside of their portion of liability insurance and their cell phones and their assigned vehicles, the really only other thing in this budget is for transportation, conference transportation, or outside of county travel.
All right. Any questions, comments?
I have two comments, Carl King. The elephant in the room, if you will. Are we doing this budget based upon there being an administrator? Or are we doing this budget based upon 3 full-time commissioners paid full salaries?
Commissioner Huxley.
This was to base that on making the funds available to fund an administrator if that is passed, and to fund it rather than to have the budget. Don't try to fund it before the fact, or to miss basically the fiscal year budgeting. So that's. Does that answer your question?
I'm not sure that answers my question, because
okay.
it seems to me that the administrator doesn't belong in this budget, it belongs in the BOC office budget.
It would have
Which-
the same effect.
But it would have, but I'm just saying, if we're adopting a budget for the commissioners and a budget for the BOC office, if we're budgeting for an administrator, the administrator's position goes into the BOC office as opposed to the commissioner's budget.
But I think when, oh, did you want to comment first? No?
Well, I would like to comment. I don't think I can budget for a county manager when the commissioners have not even voted to do that. They have given me direction to provide a full budget for the commissioner's office in the event that they do vote to go for a county manager, but that the funds may be transferred at the time they make that vote, but they may not vote to do that. And in that case, at the end of the year, if there is any ending fund balance, then that ending fund balance will be refunded to all the departments that were overpaid for the commissioner's office as a percentage basis.
Councilor Huddle, I'm not sure if it was from you or where I got the information, but I saw that one way to legitimize a manager is to put that position on a line item in the budget. Can you speak to that? I may have that with me.
And I'm not having the recollection, but if you have anything to refresh my recollection, I would appreciate it.
That's the first time I've ever seen you stumped.
I really can't do this, and I don't remember. But at the same time,
I approach
Do
the
not
bench.
recall.
we'll reverse it. I guess you're the bench, I'll approach.
There, it starts out this way, but I think, I don't know if it's unique to that. Well, that's general law, that's us, that's not charter.
So I really don't recall providing
So this isn't
to
yours.
you, but I can speak to it.
Are we not picking him up, or
Would you like to?
Yeah, the lawn mic doesn't appear to be on.
does he know how to turn it on?
I'm hitting the on-off switch, but perhaps it's out of batteries. I tell you what, I'll go over to here. Maybe this one's working. That one's on. Now I'm on. Okay. So, what the chair handed me is a document, and the document says general law. All right, I'm going to go the other. The chair handed me a document, and the document said general law counties, which is us, may also provide for appointment or election of a chief executive officer, such as a county administrator manager, without adopting a charter. And that sounds, I think I said the same thing in a different way. And it says such a position might be created by ordinance, comma, or merely by adding a line item in the county budget. So it's an either-or proposition. This is saying one way to create a position is by adding an item in the county budget. I believe what our board is considering, and we've had a couple of work sessions on it, and I've been, I think I asked the board to, I don't
Fisher
know.
cut bait.
Yes, Fisher cut bait was the same, but essentially they were thinking of studying some more, and I said, let's just make a decision. But we're proposing, Mr. Chair, Tom Brand, to bring back a ordinance. So, yes, it is true, this document I think is accurate, that the budget committee could create the position by a line item in the budget, but the board can do it by amendment or by ordinance. And then I think what they're saying is a budget amendment, and then the idea is, well, where will the money come from? And I think the way it's set up now is, if they do go with a commissioner, there could be some adjustments made in the commissioner's budget, and so I think that's where the transfer would take place budget-wise later on.
Mr. Huddle, are they exclusionary? If one is, or can they be combined? In other
Oh,
words, if
certainly you
one,
could
can
do
not
both.
do
They're
the other?
correct. No, it's an either or, and they're not mutually
So
exclusive.
if you do one, you can also do the other.
Correct. For instance,
And you could probably do both and neither, and what I mean by that is it could create it by ordinance, but if the position's never hired, then you never have to pay for it and you don't do the budget. Or you could create a budget, but if they don't, a budget is just a projection, as we talked about earlier, and so if they don't hire and you don't spend it. So they're all, you know, subject to a few future steps, I think, to get the full impact of the decision.
Could we, as a budget committee, and I'm looking for, could we have a motion vote, and if it's approved, direct the budget master to add that as a line item now and operate on that?
Oh, I think you could. I think you could direct the county accountant to create the position. I think very similar to what we talked about earlier, to find the funding. Budget Committee Member King was saying that he would like to fund the sheriff office, but not with road funds, and he's gonna, I think, task himself with reviewing the budget to come up with some other items for it. So you might create the position, but then you all would have to figure out where to come up with the funding as well. And if what you're saying is we fund it with commissioners, and these are recommendations, of course. The Budget Committee is a recommending body. I think you'd still have to, you could recommend that the Board of Commissioners adopt the position and recommend how they fund it, I suppose. So I think that's fair to do.
Any questions for Councilor Huddle?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not ready to make that motion just yet. Are there any other motions, Carl?
Well, I have a question for the Board of Commissioners. There's been...
Well, hold on, you don't have a Board of Commissioners here. You all are one budget committee, so
but this
there's no Board of Commissioners here to ask questions.
Okay. I will ask the members of the Board of Commissioners if one of them will advise me as to where the proposed resolution, policy, whatever you want to call it, on commissioners' travel stands. There's been a lot of discussion at your meetings and in the press.
Mr. Chair, I could speak to that,
Okay.
actually.
No, he's not the
Is this,
chair.
I said,
No,
I was
okay.
talking
Okay.
to Tom Brandt. So the schedule for those items, just for the Budget Committee's information, is on the 24th, we'll be presenting the Fisher Cut Beta option, excuse me. And then I believe the next meeting after that, not the 31st, but probably the first regular meeting in June, the 7th, would be a travel policy for the Board of Commissioners to consider. So, and of course, just like anything, the other way to make policy is to make some budgetary decisions. And, you know, you could, I think you have the Board of Commissioners budget here. You can budget travel, and that would kind of, well, maybe if you don't just make a budget adjustment at the end of the year after going over a budget, you could handle some travel policies by budgeting. So that's all I had. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Huxley.
Think of the alternatives to Fisher Cut Bait.
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yes. I think that had, you know, from a priority standpoint, elaborate a little bit more as far as what's the status of the travel policy. County Council had several things going at the same time, and basically there were priorities made because he couldn't do them all within a particular time limit. That was put behind the administrator ordinance as an example of why it's not been done yet. But to go further on some of the travel, at least for commissioners, now after this had been put together, the initial worksheet, the accountant got a hold of me, and I made some additional, she asked me for suggestions, and I made some additional cuts here in the commissioner travel based on what I thought that it realistically should be. I think we cut out
About 8,000.
Something, was it about 8? Yeah.
About half.
Okay.
Yeah, we did.
And that was based on, again, some of the current year-to-date and where it was with the change in the commissioners. So.
Mr. Chairman, can I?
Yes.
I appreciate that. My appreciation is not complete because of the practice in the past of overspending those budgets year in and year out. So the fact that you've removed $8,000 from these line items doesn't give me any comfort that you're not going to spend that $8,000 by June 30th, 2018, because in the past that's happened. Line items that had no money in them was spent, and in fact, some, as has been discussed before, the other commission, some of the money was charged to travel line items and other budgets, even though it was the commissioner making the travel. So I would like to see us by the end of this week have something that basically I would just unfund all of that, and if the Board of Commissioners want to put it back when they approve the budget, they can put it back and let them explain to the taxpayers why they're doing that, unless there's controls put in place first.
So, Mr. Chair, Tom Brand?
Yes.
Thank you. I would just like to speak to that, and again, it kind of goes to what we were talking about earlier. We're getting comments from individual budget committee members as desired positions. As a body, you make recommendations to the Board of Commissioners, and it might, and it probably doesn't go far enough for Budget Committee Member King, but it seems like if you were to approve a budget, you would make a recommendation that they adopt a travel policy that wouldn't allow the, past practice of exceeding the budget and taking it from other areas and things like that. But like I said, it probably doesn't go far enough for Budget Committee Member King. But again, you can make recommendations to the board, but I don't think you can tell the Board of Commissioners that we're not going to adopt a budget until you put a policy in place. You could make a motion to not fund something, and I think they can take your recommendations or not.
Well, I understand that,
okay.
Mr. Huddle. That's why I say my preference would be to take all of this money out of the budget, and then the Board of Commissioners have the right, when they look at our recommendations, put it all back. They can put it all back without controls, or they can put it all back with controls. But I think most of the people I talk to would rather see none of this in the budget.
Now, are you talking about $9,700? I looked at the...
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page.
Is there a motion?
Well, I'll move that we delete $9,700 from the expense budget, including the line items, conference fees, travel, meals and lodging, IGS assigned vehicles, travel maintenance allowance, and travel transportation.
Mayor?
So that's eliminating those lines?
Budget Officer Tolstrom.
Line numbers?
May I ask you to, on that motion to reduce the general fund 30% portion of the revenue by the $9,600, so I don't have to go back and budget lines, probably about 100 budget lines to change the total.
I understand.
It's $9,700.
So the $9,700 change would just hit the 30% general fund contribution revenue instead of everybody's revenue.
Right. All of this would be deleted as an expense, but it would reduce the revenue only from the general fund.
Only the 30% part of the general fund. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Oxley.
I understand what Carl's saying, and it would be my hope that rather than do that, because that's the tip of it, then in I guess to be consistent, you should go and do that from every single department, not just commissioners, for travel expenses. You know, where are we going to draw the line? The policy will address the travel expenses from other departments also. So it would be my hope at this point, and I say hope because we can't control everything as far as when this policy would be cleaned up, this travel policy heard and passed, but that we, again, look at doing that to take all of travel, not just looking at one, which has been a problem department. I'd be the first to argue that that's the case, but rather than to do that, to look at the broader picture and create the policy to correct all of the potential abuses that have occurred in the past, not just for one department.
Any other comments? Commissioner Boyce.
Well, I've been doing the traveling since January, well, before January. I was pretty impressed and thankful this was cut by 50%. And the travel that you do for the county, I mean, I don't know what the past practices were, but I'm the one that's doing the traveling. So I think we're talking about my efforts to get around the state and represent the county to the very best of my ability. I don't have any, I can't possibly see a need to get on an airplane. I can't even perceive a need to travel outside of the state. If right now we're about 6,000–7,000 under last year's budget for the travel, that would be the former board and myself combined. If this is an $8,500 budget, 87, or excuse me, was that?
97.
Thank you, math whiz.
Oh,
if you had $500 a month, I still think we'll come under the budget of that for the next deal. But to just wipe it out and say, you know, and I do a lot of it on my own expense, and should, I think, with the situation we're in. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, I think we had a motion.
We have a motion.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Because discussion besides Commissioner Boyce, Commissioner Gold.
Would we still leave those lines in but come back and put something in them after the travel policy comes in?
May I make a comment? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's a kind of a correction. Assigned vehicles is not travel.
It's not. Okay.
The assigned vehicles is the commissioner's assigned vehicles. There are several cars that are commissioner cars. So the actual travel budget is $5,700.
Okay, any other questions?
Well, just to that point, if there's not going to be a travel budget, what's the assigned vehicles for?
I don't know.
I would think they're for traveling outside of the county.
Primarily, it's been one vehicle.
Okay, so it's one vehicle that you guys have access to?
99% has been like one vehicle.
Okay.
So in reality, it is just one vehicle.
And then the assigned vehicle of 4,000. I just wanted to make that clear.
That would just be, but there's no travel.
But that's still travel, wouldn't you say?
If there was no travel budget, how would the vehicle be used?
It could be used to travel over to the road department.
It could be. It was dedicated for one, and I believe it still is, from what I gathered from the roadmasters.
The roadmaster would have to tell you where that vehicle was taken.
Mr. Boyce?
So, Member King, do you feel like there's no justified travel within the commissioner's office and individual commissioners?
I don't think we need to spend that money at this time. I think if a individual commissioner wishes to travel and he or she thinks it's justified, then he or she ought to pay for it. I don't think the taxpayers want to pay for it. I view this process this year as one of convincing the taxpayers of Curry County that they can trust the government with their money. And they're not going to trust the government with their money if the government's spending it in ways that they personally would not spend it themselves if they were in financial trouble. It's that simple.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Everybody's clear on the motion?
There was. Did you?
I seconded the
Tom
motion.
seconded.
Is everybody clear on the motion? Would you restate it? Restate it, please.
The motion is that we delete the expenses in lines 2, 8, 9, 11, and 12 of the commissioner's budget. And that leaves the motor pool there.
That's 5,700.
That reduces it by 57.
257.
And that the compensating reduction in revenues be taken out of the, in a way so that counselor doesn't have to recalculate all the allocations, that it comes out of the 30% from the general fund.
So that's a total of how much now? Line
5,700.
No, it's
Oh.
not. You said 8 and 9? 8 and 9 alone is 7,000.
2, 8, 9, 11, and 12.
So it's 8 and 9 alone is 3,000 and 4,000 total.
The total is 97.
Yeah, 97,100.
Okay.
8, 9.
But that included the 4,000
Yes.
from the motor assigned vehicles.
Correct.
And I was I was leaving that in place.
You're leaving the 4,000 in place?
Yeah, I'd leave that in place.
So it does not,
That's a bookkeeping error. That's
Not-
bookkeeping
okay.
between the road department, isn't it?
Oh, it's a cost.
the assigned vehicle cost is the vehicle that's being used for that travel. That vehicle is the one that's traveling.
Okay, and what's the out-of-pocket cost to us of a commissioner taking an assigned vehicle and traveling, if anything?
Say that, would you ask?
What is the out-of-pocket cost to the county if,
That is very close to the out-of-pocket
Yes.
cost, the actual cost. They've given me worksheets and they're who did what, when, the mileage, the
The
gasoline,
insurance.
on and on and
The
on.
actual cost of using the assigned vehicle is less than using your own vehicle if you're reimbursed for using your own vehicle. You get
30 cents a mile.
30 cents a mile mileage reimbursement if you use your own vehicle. So you're not reimbursed more than using a county vehicle by using your own. So it's a little bit more to use the assigned vehicle than it is to use your own vehicle, which the cost for the assigned vehicle is more to use for travel than your own vehicle.
then I'll leave that in. The motion is to remove the $9,700.
Okay.
That includes line items 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
All right, ready to vote?
So do we have a
Commissioner
second?
Boyce?
Yeah, there was a second.
Then we have discussion.
You don't want to include in that motion for the entire county, you just want to make it
No.
specific to commissioners.
Commissioners at this time, as we go through the other budgets, I've looked at the HR, PR budget, the payroll and HR, and it's for going to a training.
They're
It's not,
specific.
it's targeted. It's not just, here's some money that's anyone in our department can go spend it however he or she feels like spending it. I think there's a difference.
Okay, thank you, and I truly appreciate your sensitivity to the taxpayers. I'd be glad to show you every dime that I've spent this year. I've not charged any meals, at least half the time stay in Motel 6, and I think that's just a good policy, and I've passed up some important meetings. So again, if you would like to see my receipts and records, I'd be glad to show it to you. And I think as a Curry County citizen, you would probably be in favor of the majority of the.
Mr. Jesuit, roll call, please.
Thank you.
All individually, right?
Yes, please.
So the motion is move to delete expense in lines 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 of the Commissioner's budget total of $9,700. And vote would be Chairman.
Aye. Aye, I vote.
Okay. And then Commissioner Dan Sasso.
Budget
No.
committee member, not commissioner.
Yeah, no.
Commissioner King.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Huxley.
No.
Commissioner Boyce.
No.
Oh boy, 3-3.
It fails.
Fails.
It's down.
It's a tie vote, it fails.
Okay, we are running out of time if we're going to stick to our 5 o'clock shutdown, right? Then
How
I
about
move that we-
another motion?
I'm sorry?
Another motion to cut that in half from 97 to, oh, shut up.
Oh, did you say, oh, shut up?
I heard him say that.
Just saying I'd
Oh,
support
no, he
that.
said I'd support it, not
Oh,
shut
I
up.
would, yeah, if I understand.
Oh, let's say $4,500. And that would be $1,500 each.
1,500, pardon me?
Well, $4,500 total.
I'll second that.
Discussion?
Yeah, I have just one item, Sam Scafo. Yeah, I don't know what drives the commissioners' travel. I mean, I'm sure there's trips to Salem included in there. I'm positive that you can't put an exact number on the value of it. It's going to be an intangible type thing. And, you know, I couldn't vote for the last motion because 0 certainly isn't the number. Is 1,500 a piece a number? You know, that's something I would rely heavily on those that have been using that fund and, you know, what you've been doing with it. So, you know, I'd be inclined pretty much to line my vote up with the commissioner's vote on that, just from the standpoint of you know better than us what you're doing with that money. We can always examine your travel habits and scrutinize if you so prefer.
No comment also? I don't think that's the point here. I'm not going to put words in Carl's mouth, but it has been, my opinion, so abused in the past. It's a touchy item, and absolutely there has been abuse. And I think that's the reason for him saying that. That's the only reason that I voted no on the first time, because I don't think we want to make rules to try and take care of what one, I'm not going to say bad apple, but one who abused things perhaps did. I don't think that's the right way to make,
Yeah.
to
Or
make
would
the rules.
you characterize the previous abuses as something that is we're making trips that weren't necessary, or putting expenses on it that weren't necessary for that particular trip?
Probably both, but I don't, you know, I wouldn't want to start debating that because I don't know for sure, other than.
Well, yeah, well,
And-
what I'm saying is this is only going to solve one of those problems.
And I think the travel policy will solve that problem. That's, I know if it doesn't, then we didn't do the travel policy right.
Okay, is there a motion on the floor?
There is. To cut it back to $4,500, and I believe Carl seconded that.
Mr. Jesuit, please.
I want to clarify that Commissioner Gold, Commissioner King said lines 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, total of 9,700. So are you saying, Commissioner Gold, lines 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, a total of 4,500?
Yes.
Just spread evenly or something like that?
Well, proportionally. How's that?
And that's what you're gonna leave in or what you're gonna take out? The 45?
We're going to leave the $4,500 in
Leave in
total,
4,500.
in the same proportion that it's there now. We'll let Louise
We're
handle the
close.
numbers.
I don't figure it out.
That's, I keep my second in place. That's my understanding of the motion.
A comment for you, Carl. I just wanted to tell Mr. Jesuit that the table over here are not commissioners, they're budget committee members. So when you call them a commissioner, they're not elected commissioners, that's the elected position. So they are, it's the chair and 2 committee members.
Well, there's all budget committee members,
Yeah.
the 3 of them enjoy title of commissioner, but they're all budget committee.
One's from Boston.
Okay, let's,
Budget Committee Chair Brand.
aye.
There we go.
Yes.
Budget Committee Member Sasso.
Aye.
Budget Committee Member King.
Yes.
Budget Committee Member Gold.
Yes.
Budget Committee Member Huxley.
Yes.
Budget Committee Member Boyce.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
All right, I propose that we move the rest of the commissioners' discussion to Wednesday afternoon following the sheriff's department discussion.
I'm sorry,
Unless
did you say
there's
that
other,
again, please?
I
Do we
I
have?
am not finished. I am not finished with
Commissioners?
this part of the discussion. I have a couple of motions to propose. It's late, I don't want to do them now.
Okay, I just didn't hear what you were proposing.
That we move this part of the budget process to Wednesday afternoon.
After the sheriff's.
Follow the pick up tomorrow with the schedule instead of continuing.
That's correct.
Yeah, so we
I
don't, yeah,
think-
otherwise you're.
What I'm going to, but I'm going to tell you what I'm going to move, and you'll see why I'm feeling, I wish I could flip the sheriffs for this. My motions are going to be, one, to move that the budget officer reduce the amount of money that goes to commissioners' benefits, pay, total package, to that would be commensurate with part-time commissioners. That's one motion. The amount, that's the discussion. The next, if it passes, the next motion would then be to add a line item for a county manager. So that's what I want to do on the rest of this discussion with the commissioners. Anybody have any comments that they want to see or do?
I would think, I just put out for our, I'm sure county council will think about that anyway, but the question would be, or I would ask him to consider the question, can this committee change the pay, and it's in there,
Yes.
Tom, of the commissioners?
I can talk to that right now if you'd like.
I think I highlighted that, but give it to me and I'll
It
look
says,
at
can
it.
we add or delete programs or services? And that's an affirmative, we
What
can.
what page are you on?
11. It also says, can the budget committee determine how much an employee is paid? Generally, no, but through its authority, the budget committee may direct the administration to make dollar adjustments, increase or decreases in the proposed budget. And that's what I'm doing. I'm suggesting that we make the line, I think it's line 22 on page 69. Decrease that so it is commensurate with a part-time commissioner as is seen in other counties in the state. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think there was a question directed to me as whether the budget committee could do that, could determine the salaries of elected officials or something.
Yeah, and it goes in here, but I'm just not
speaking
sure.
salaries and
Yeah.
benefits. I'm
Yeah.
asking that we fund that,
Budget.
that line item at an amount that's commensurate with part-time commissioners. I'm not proposing a budget amount.
Right, so what you're requesting as the budget committee for consideration and then recommendation to the Board of Commissioners is you're requesting that the budget officer prepare some type of an alternative for the budget committee to consider that would reflect part-time salaries for the county commissioners and one full-time equivalent salary in the Bach office for a county administrator. Is that?
I'm not putting any numbers on it.
No, but you're.
I'm looking at the concepts right
Right,
now.
right, but I
But
think
to say
she has to
equivalent,
put numbers
use
on
the
it.
word
She'll have to
I'd
put
have to
numbers
put
on
numbers
it.
on
And
it.
you're
It's
asking
premature
her.
right now, but it'll
you're at-
amount to that, yes.
Sure.
But yours is just you're saying, I'm forewarning you basically, when we come back at the next meeting, I'm gonna raise this question. So I
Yes.
think
Right.
that's
On
good, it's
Wednesday.
good food.
So, sure.
What are you thinking?
Thank
I think
you.
it's
And
great.
but for now, there's no motion, there's no direction. This
That's
goes
correct.
back to what we talked about as individual thoughts.
It's too late in the day
Sure.
to spring that on
Okay.
you. I just want to let you know that.
Oh, I see, okay.
That's where my
good.
thinking is for
And then
tomorrow.
in general, the Board of Commissioners sets all the salaries of all the elected and appointed officials. Before any salary can be reduced, I believe it has to be reviewed by the Budget Committee, I think is the way that goes.
Yeah, I think it goes in here on that.
And those are the statutes. And then the Compensation Committee makes recommendations to the Board of Commissioners, and those, I think, have been handed out or will be handed out. Did the Budget Committee get those today already?
We were going to hand that out. I
Okay.
need to get it copied.
I can go get that.
And
real
we need to
quick.
copy your table of contents for the,
Oh, I was just gonna print them up.
okay,
Print some. I've got because I got marks on my.
okay.
A little history, the Compensation Committee, I'll get to you. The Compensation Committee in the past have made recommendations to the Board of Commissioners, and the Board of Commissioners don't necessarily follow those. There's no
Their
legal
recommendations.
or ethical or imperative to follow that recommendation. Yes, ma'am. Certainly, you may. We are over time right now, please.
I never knew when to bring this up, but,
You want to identify yourself?
Nancy Sue Rose. During the election, two of the commissioners said that they would give a portion of their salary if a county administrator were hired. And Boyce said 20,000. Sue said you would
Take 10.
10, and the rest could go to the, and so I wondered if that could be considered in this.
Yes, ma'am. You and I think, are on the same ballpark, and probably on the same base. Thank you. Anybody else? Then we're going to end the meeting. We'll see you here tomorrow at 10.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good meeting.
I
Good meeting.
appreciate your
Good meeting.
patience. I'll try to keep things moving better tomorrow.
It's been a slice of heaven. Big slice.